amigos on the bank will be rolling shit. Amigos on the bank will be
Esports is proud to bring you a championship event like no other. The System 7. This exciting rally circuit pays homage to Earth's classic rally and Formula One traditions, pushing drivers and their teams to their absolute limit across some of the toughest terrains Stanton has to offer. Qualifying teams will push through 7 individual races located across the system, from the isolated moons of Crusader to the bustling city centers of Hurston and Microtech. Each race, pilots will control a featured vehicle, from the rugged Drake Dragonfly to the lightning-fast Tumbril Cyclone, navigate perilous terrain and conditions, as well as one another. Racers will face off on Magda, crashing through mountain passes and dusty valleys. Wallow, where jutting cliffs and deep craters force pilots to thread the perfect line. And Cleo, where one wrong move means plummeting into a lunar sea. Racers will pick up individual wins across the races, but only the team with the highest overall standing can claim the title of System 7's champion. Sign-ups begin soon. Get your crew together and join us for the System 7. You won't want to miss it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to System 7 2956. My name is Crucian Gaming. We are here for the qualifiers, but before we do that, we got our incredible co-host here. We got Red Monster SC. How you doing, my friend? Welcome back.
Welcome. Yeah, doing good. Welcome, everybody. And welcome to the start of System 7 with today's qualifier races. I'm glad to be back in the broadcast booth here and excited to see the qualifier time trials today. So let's see how the races are going to pan out.
Yeah, today is going to be a good one. I feel like this season or this year, 2956, is going to be an entirely new, brand new System 7 season, going into welcoming Nyx into the System 7 this year. So that's one big thing that I'm really excited about. We had a lot of action last year and the previous years, and System 7 continues to really kind of set the bar in different areas and of racing across the verse. So very excited for this year, Red Monster. What are you looking for in this System 7 2956 season?
Well, first of all, the introduction of the Nyx system, which we didn't have access to last year. I know the balance between Pyro and Stanton last year, as well as the finale at Volcano Lake. We do have some familiar tracks coming in for this season, but the new Nyx Levski Helix race. It's a 0G. That's going to be race 3 coming up in a couple weeks, and I'm excited to see that the Nyx environment itself is really unique, although still developing that system. I'm excited to see additional races in the future, but it is a great balance of Pyro, Stanton, and Nyx we're getting, as well as a couple of Arena Commander maps that'll help things smooth out. So,
which, by the way, I'm gonna have to talk to Haska because I think that trailer might need a little bit of an update this time around. Hopefully, going into 2957 for next year. So we're definitely gonna have to ask for that favor. But let's take a look at the entire season schedule for System 7 2956, because that way we can break it down for everybody that's currently watching, so you guys can know, kind of how can you follow along throughout the season. Now, first today is that we have the qualifiers. It's going to be March, starting here today. And only the top 16 racers are going to be able to compete in the rest of the season. So right now, I believe we have a little bit over 16 teams. So there's going to be a few teams that are going to have that are going to need to put some good times, because we have a lot of good racers if they want to compete in the rest of the season. So then jumping into it 2 weeks later, we have race number 1. That's going to be Leisure Loop. And by the way, this year we have races that are going to be back-to-back Red Monster. So we got race 1 and race 2 taking place on the same day. So Leisure Loop, which we brought back from last year, it's actually an incredibly fun race on that. I forgot. It's where they do that in-game event.
Yeah.
It's I forgot what's this called.
Yeah, the Siege of Orison. It's the platforms on Orison. And last year, this is in the Grey Cat STV again. Last year, we saw many vehicles on these platforms. taking the dive off of the side. I think some of the best highlights from 2955 System 7 was seeing those Drake mules running off the platform. That's the leisure loop on race 1 with a Great Cat STV this year. That's going to be a 4x4 grid, as you mentioned, on March 28th. Then the next race, we're going right into that the same day, is the Dust Hustle on Hurston in Stanton with the Drake Mule. So getting a combination of both Crusader and Hurston as we go through the Stanton system.
Yes, and that's also taking place in that distribution center, which has given us some incredible races, which I'm looking forward to. And then race 3, we're jumping right into Nyx, into the Levski Helix, which we'll kind of show those maps as we go today, so you guys can check them out. But if you guys want to check out the maps, you guys can at system7.gg. You guys can check them out online. They're already posted. And then after the Levski Helix, so one thing I forgot to mention is that the Abandoned Speedway is in the Crossroads of Crime in Arena Commander. And then for race 4, after we do race 3 in Nyx and Levski, we're actually going back to Arena Commander and going to Winner Circle, where we made a brand new track for race number 4 called Dead Man's Hook, which it looks absolutely incredible. Red Monster.
Yeah, the April 18th for those race 3 and race 4, the Levski Helix. It's a 0G with the Mirai Pulse at Nyx, that Levski landing zone, and the giant shaft down the middle is incorporated as part of that racetrack. Then Dead Man's Hook and Arena Commander with the Origin X1 Force. These are both going to be very fast races. Now, Levski Helix, it's 10 laps, 2x8 starting grid, but Dead Man's Hook and Arena Commander, it's 3 heats and a 1x4 starting grid. So we'll see how that goes. The scoring is going to be different on the heats based on your positions. And of course, races, race 2 and 5 are both of our heat-based races. Now, race 5, we get into the next week. That's actually April 25th. Jackson's Gauntlet in Pyro, in the PU again, with the Drake Mule. 32 meters a second, 3 heats with a 4x4 starting grid, or 3 laps with a 4x4 starting grid. And yeah, that goes right into our second race of the day, if you want to talk to us about Marshfire Ridge.
Yeah, Marshfire Ridge is another one it's a brand new track this year. It takes place again in Pyro, right next to Jackson's Gauntlet, right after, and it has this like incredible swamp style kind of, burned up kind of terrain biome in StarCitizen. So it looks absolutely amazing. So Marshfire Ridge and both Jackson's Gauntlet taking place on that April 29th. Very, very excited for that one. And of course, the final race coming back that we had last year, very super entertaining, where racers have to swap between that RSI Lynx and Cyclone RC while going through an entire Polaris bridge as well. Was absolutely entertaining. So looking forward to that one as well. Very, very fun season. A lot of back-to-back races during certain days, which is going to make it for a very, very fun one this year. I think so.
No. All right.
So I'm
seeing in the broadcast. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, no, it's gonna be for a fun one, but let's take I believe our racers are just about ready to go. Just for everybody noticing at home, we're gonna be doing the Abandoned Speedway in Crossroads of Crime in Arena Commander. Teams are gonna be racing very, very quickly as much as possible, so they're not gonna be waiting for us anytime soon. So we're gonna get things started here shortly as teams get ready. But if you want to go ahead and break this down for us, Red, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, so for this solo time trial, it's in a group of 5. The fastest single lap for each racer is what's going to count. They are allowed to swap components before the run. And as they go throughout this, we've got the start and finish line on that bridge arch. As you go along that backside, you have to stay between the slalom poles and then check pass the checkpoints on the outside. Passing through the tunnel, we'll probably get some really great chase views of the vehicles as they're going through, between checkpoint 1 and checkpoint 2, and making their way back over the hill into the start and finish. And again, the fastest single lap counts. So you'll see some racers that Might put that up in the first round. Might put it up later. This is going to be in the RSI Lynx again with a top speed of 36 meters a second. So we expect to see some decent times, and we'll keep an update as that running total goes through today.
Yeah, very good point. Now I did a little bit of racing. I think my best lap was around a 231. I know a lot of good racers are going to be giving us a little bit of, higher times. You're going to see some 211, some 210s, but I'm gonna tell you right now, Red Monster, this entire track is very bumpy, but that's also because of how the Lynx handles, right? So we're going to be using the RSI Lynx today. It's going to be 3 laps, and it's just all about how it handles, right? These roads are bumpy, but if you can handle the links well, you should be able to survive these little bumps as much as possible. I believe the first half is what could be the biggest problem, right? I think once you get through the tunnel, you have a pretty good straight. That dust road turns into a pretty good kind of paved road, and you can take that hill pretty easily, but you can really drift on that RSI links very easily. Again, if those
Hmm.
bumps, if they catch you off guard, your vehicle can flip over, it can drift away, and you lose control very, very easily.
And I think that's what's really going to separate the experienced players, the ones who've practiced with this vehicle and understand its handling characteristics to know what type of terrain to avoid, what type of terrain is going to be friendly, and of course, recovering a vehicle from when something bad happens. Because let's admit it, Murphy's Law out there. You're trying to get time trials, something's going to happen. You'll get thrown off your line, and those experienced racers are going to be able to get back on the course with a lot more effectiveness. So.
Yeah, it's going to be a definitely interesting one. So, I mean, let's talk about the teams that are coming up. By the way, Premier Colonial Corps, who actually just won the Daymar Rally this year, which is their first big win. Those guys
Mhm.
are absolutely incredible, very amazing kind of vibes around events around Star Citizen and racing. These guys, they get together at home and compete at home and have that like entire how do you say it? that camaraderie, which is absolutely incredible. And then we have
Yeah.
AAWA Drunken Turtle Racing. We got like Amarok's Fang, who's back as well. We got Capcom, who's been racing. I believe this is going to be their sixth System 7. So a lot of great
The
teams and
Capcom
also
is
some new
the
ones as
most
well, Red.
experienced team.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
Capcom is the most experienced team with 6 races under their belt for the System 7 groups. After that, we've got Deathwatch Mandalorian, we've got Delta Diatas, Dune Riders, Initial D, Just Crush, solo entry team here, Team Punch Nomies, Team Renlos Racing, and R/SC1. So a lot of teams out there that are a couple of rookies in there, a couple of familiar names if you've been around for the System 7 before, and some names I'm certainly going to be rooting for over the next several weeks as we get through this.
Yeah, it should be good. I believe our lobbies are getting ready to go, and I believe we have our first couple racers. Like I mentioned, we're going to be racing teams very simultaneously. So I believe in our first racer is going to be in our first lobby is going to be Ghost and Coffee from Team R/SC, and then for our lobby number 2, we're going to have Renlos Malik. Now, Renlos Malik, Red Monster is not a brand. He's been racing under different teams for a while. So he's definitely someone
Yeah.
that is, very, I would say, experienced. While his team by
Hmm.
himself, this is his first time. He's definitely been racing in ATMO Esports events for quite some time. So I think it's going to be
Yeah.
a very, very tight top 16. Um, except I don't know. There's some people that are not very confident in this track because of how bumpy it is.
Well, and it's those experienced racers that have the practice that are going to be able to meet that and really adapt to that challenge. And we'll see. The top 16 teams based on this time trial are going to get out of here. Who's going to have the hardest time with this, and which team's going to find themselves on the outside looking in. And as you said, a lot of familiar names as far as the racers, maybe some different team names, and we'll see how that shakes up, especially with Renlos, as you mentioned, a familiar name now, but Renlos Racing, a newly formed team there. So
All right, well, let's jump right into our racers and see who's already underway. Just to mention too is that one thing I love about the System 7 is that we have quite a few teams that, everybody, teams with a lot of with 4 people, it's very advantageous because when you have a bigger team, not only do you, one of the rules in System 7 is that you are able to qualify with 2 people. So that means that you'll have 2 chances to put in a top time, and which means that if you have a top time, it's going to give you an advantage because it's going to put you ahead on the grid for the rest of the season and the System 7, those 7 races. So already getting some big air here from R slash
Yeah.
one, from R slash SC. And I believe his first lap was like a 229, Red Monster.
Yeah, I missed the update on the first lap timing, but you can see the terrain here, just the amount of bounciness. This reminds me of those back roads, barely paved tracks, and as they fishtail through that, just keeping a clear line as best as possible. And of course, B graphics with our official camera pilot there, enigmatic behind as well. So we will have a couple of lobbies racing simultaneously. We'll do our best to watch that. Renlo's racing. Looks like they've gotten started there. So R
Yeah, you'll
slash
see both
SC1.
both on the leaderboard, so that's a very good spot to pay attention. But like I mentioned, losing that control very easily on those bumps is what's going to mess you up the most. And here's where you have, the easiest part of the track, where you're going through the most, flattest ground that you possibly can with no bumps. But the thing is, right, as soon as you get out of this tunnel, you're going to have some slight of a jump, and they need to make sure that they control the RSI Lynx properly here, because if not, they can easily lose control, wipe out, and probably even hit into the checkpoint that's there via a ship. So very, very careful jump here.
Yeah.
And let's see
As you come out,
how they
lose a little bit of
transition
that.
here, Red.
And that's our checkpoint vehicle there. Making sure you get out around the outside of there, through the slow poles on this track. And you see that beam from the orbital laser platform behind.
Yeah, very careful here
And
because
yeah,
they
the
can lose control.
457.6.
Yeah, so that last lap looked like it was about a 231, and that's not a very good wipeout there. But there are in the third lap, and take a close look at the leaderboard where you got Renlos Malik for Renlos Racing, who's going to be trying to also put a top time. And again, Red, top 16 teams with the top 16 times are going to move on into the rest of the season, into the rest of the season, fighting for those top prizes that we bring to the table here at ATMO Esports.
Yeah. And yeah, you can just see the level of bumpiness on this terrain as that vehicle tries to go sideways numerous times. And yeah, this is going to be one of the bigger challenges today, is understanding that how that track handles, and how to keep yourself on at least a smoother line. So
Yeah, very smooth here. So here on this uphill is another tough part, but vehicles right now in Star Citizen uphill is going to slow you down a little bit, and then as you go down, you're going to get a little bit faster as well because of the weight of the vehicle. And right there is where you start to lose a little bit of control because of that extra speed. So they just need to be super, super careful. So let's see what happens with Renlos Racing and see what kind of lap they put in for the first one. A 234. Now that it got a little bit closer. So yeah, like I said, it's gonna be anywhere between average times of like a 230 all the way to a 245. And then you're gonna see the top teams that have been not practicing a lot more, or kind of know how the RSI Lynx works. Probably doing those 220s, I would say 215 to 225s. And you'll start seeing that separation there.
yeah, and you got to love the view in the back of the Lynx here. You can see inside the cabin as they're going along. So
Yeah,
yeah, great
I
view
mean,
through the
we
tunnel.
yeah, I love the tunnel, man. It's the easiest part. But we actually wanted to use the Cyclone RC Red Monster, but the thing is, just the Cyclone RC without the boost, man, is not as fun. RSI Lynx has that better acceleration, especially like when they bump into something, they have a better kind of start off as well. So but yeah, this is the one we're using this year, which is great.
Right. R slash SC1, fastest lap at 228.35.
Yeah, which is
All right.
honestly that 228 is not bad at all. Very very good run by Ghost Coffee there from Team R/SC. Which by the way, if you guys don't know, that's the Reddit guys. Shout out to them. Great group of folks over there.
Yeah. I consume a lot of my Star Citizen news off of there, and yeah, it's great to see them represented. So went up
I
into the
don't want to say I
tunnel
feel bad,
and then
Red,
on
but
to the. Coming up through that tunnel, the portion of this tunnel, really the tunnel and the bridge are the only truly flat areas that might actually react like a paved surface. The rest is, yeah, just it's texturing painted on top there with really the terrain, the topography coming right up through it. You probably want to hire a better contractor next time you pave a road in Arena Commander.
Yeah, right now, Arena Commander, I really love racing in it is because you have that instant kind of setup mode. So I mean, I wish we had more of these type of maps to create more different ground vehicle track scenarios across the free fight in Arena Commander. So far, I really like this map. I know we used to use the PTV track on Orison, but I like these little bumps. I like these little challenges that will allow teams to be able to have to control the RSI Lynx in a proper manner. So going into the third lap here, Renlos Racing. So far, it looks like his best lap is about that 231. So let's see how he does in this last lap because they need to bring that to the table. I mean, I think anything under 225, you're going to be in a very good spot to qualify for the System 7 this year.
Looking at that, coming up over the hill, running behind the trees. Get turned around a little sideways. We talked about this being one of the challenges is when you get turned around, recovering from that quickly. Looks like we are doing that. Looks like that one guy from Team Tang is starting his race. A team that was a little further down the list as far as the current setup. Team Tang with Slum KH4, that one guy Naz the Eternal. They are they're out there. We also have SPG Racing, Sire Racing, Test Squadron, and Warp Realm that are some of the additional teams running the qualifiers today. We haven't had a chance to mention yet before. We're looking at the camera here from the Pandalorian, who's getting us started. I believe again he is that one guy 21 from Team Tang, as we're observing.
All right, that's gonna be our shout outs to the name. That org has been great. They've been really showing up and showing out as well. With that camaraderie across all events in Star Citizen. So love seeing more organizations get involved, and they've been asking a ton of questions, making sure that they get everything right and underway. So let's see how it all works out. But Renlos Racing getting a good time coming up. If he can hurry, push it a little bit more, you're gonna see that about 223 if he can push it, or even under that 225 number. He needs to push it on this last lap here, but up to 6, 7, 8. Oh man, he needs to push that as much as possible. There you go. I believe their fastest lap, you're gonna see about a 227, I believe, for Renlos Malik there, which is not a bad time at all, Red Monster.
Yeah, indeed. And so what we're looking at right now, the fastest lap time is really going to determine, it doesn't have points for the qualifiers, but it's going to determine your starting position in race one in that starting grid. Once we get into the official races, maybe it's a good opportunity we can break down the point structure and how that compiles up through the 7 races that make up this entire system. So starting off with first place is 25 points. Second place with 18 points, third place with 15 points, fourth with 12, 10, 8, 6, 4, 2, and then from 10th place to 11th through 16th are going to get a point each. And then, of course, that will roll up for every race you complete. Now, we have a couple of races that are heat-based. That's race 2, the Dust Hustle, and race 5, that's Jackson's Gauntlet. So they'll run the initial first heats, and then the finalists from each of those will go into that final heat to determine the overall points. You get 25, 18, 15, 12. Similar breakdown for the single based runs, but there is also a fastest lap bonus for each of those races, which gives a +1 and a top 10 finish there. So
Yeah, very good call. Once again, if you guys, oh, what a flip here by that one guy. That's going to take some time right at the beginning of that lap, unfortunately, but he's going to have to push it on here on this third lap. But man, that was a tough one too. It looks like it was a 234 as soon as they hit that. But we have our, I believe, our next teams that are going to start going here. But wanted to piggyback off of the point structure that you mentioned, is that System 7 was born from F1 style. So we try to kind of evolve, make F1 rules kind of similar to what we're doing here in, in Star Citizen for System 7. And while, for every race, we can't really, do qualifiers, this is going to be the only qualifier. And then the top 16 teams will start to move on. Normally in F1, you have 2 racers per race. But in this one, instead, you have teams of anywhere between 1 through 4. And of course, you can change racers as the season goes on, because someone might be a little bit better with ground vehicles, someone might be better with grav-led vehicles, and so forth. So it's still a very good, I would say, structure to be able to strategize and kind of figure out what is the best way for your team to not only gain points but also win throughout the season. So definitely a great structure so far. And this year we've have so many rule changes, a lot of great rule updates that we've done from last year. So I think we got everything covered this year, Red Monster, for sure.
yeah, and it's going to be a good mix of again, the wheeled vehicles with a lower speed and the hover vehicles that have a much higher speed. Where kind of the qualifiers are the RSI Lynx, 36 meters a second, and then the additional races that we're going through are each pretty evenly split. We've got the STV, the Mule, and a second race with the Mule for those first races 1, 2, and then race 5. Then races 3, 4, and 6 are going to be in those Gravlev, the Mirai Pulse, the Oregon X1, and the Alpoa Nox, that each are about 200 meters per second. As we get to the end of the finale at the Volcano Lake on Faro, that starts off with the RSI Lynx, and then they'll switch halfway through to the Cyclone RC. But those are going to have about a 37 meters a second. It's the fastest on the ground vehicles that they'll have access to. But that is a single brutal track. We saw some really great great moments from that finale last year, and yeah, we see Team Tang new fastest lap there. We'll see as they work through. But yeah, the finale race last year, we saw some great moments of both teamwork and disappointment. One of the teams out there, I won't call them out by name, but got turned around on the track and went about 10 minutes the wrong direction after getting kind of wrapped around, losing a great finish position. And it was just unfortunate to see that happen. But that is what happens when you get into these races, and the adrenaline takes over. You get tunnel vision. You just want to get through the track as quickly as possible, and sometimes that means you get a little disoriented. So,
Yep, it can get very disoriented for sure. And I think that race has brought so much strategy. I think last year, I believe it was Sanji Sama who was using the I believe is the collar. What do you call it? The gun that was lifting his vehicle so he can put across Polaris. Dude, I was probably crying, laughing that entire time because of that strategy. That was definitely a fun race to watch for sure.
yeah, and it's interesting to see what people are trying to make work within the StarCitizen game engine, because yeah, we'd seen tractor beaming vehicles in as our camera forgets that there is actually stuff over the top there. But yeah, seeing what works for teams and what they experiment with to get over some of those. we saw a lot of physics weirdness as vehicles were going up and down the ramps of the Polaris. It was causing, potential jumps or even launches as the physics collides, and it takes a moment just to decide which piece of equipment has authority. And that could end up with a violent ejection. And so, yeah, Sanji Sama pulled out the tractor beam and said, I'm not going to risk this. He carried it over, just walked with the tractor beam and his vehicle behind him, and it was truly a Star Citizen experience on the racetrack. So
Yeah, and then towards the end, we'll be showing you guys all of the top teams, but Team Tang with a 228 lap. It seems that we're getting a lot of those, 228s, 227s around there. So that's gonna be interesting already. Look at our Ghost Coffee with a 228, 335, and Team Tang not even barely in front by a couple of, by actually a millisecond. So this is going to be an interesting one until we start getting to some of these teams that have been practicing. You got Sanguis Luna here with a couple of racers qualifying. This is a
we've
tough
got
one.
a
He's going to have to use
vehicle upside down on the track. They are upside down. Are we going to be able to get them over from this?
Yeah, they have to use the turret in order to kind of get that flipped over. That's normally the strategy there. So, and they should be hopefully fine, but that's going to take a lot of time away from that first or from that second lap that they're currently on.
Yeah. All right. We do have that one guy finished with a top time of 2 minutes 28 seconds. And Just Prush from Team Prushbringer, or Prushbringer from Team Just Prush, he is now starting up in Lobby 1.
All right, getting all these going here. This is that team. I mean, I think Slum still has a good, even though they flipped over, they still have a good, third lap that they can hopefully give it a go on and continue getting that. But even with that flip over, coming out of the tunnel around that 228, that's not bad, because I'm pretty sure he lost a good, I would say a good 7 to 10 seconds just with that flip over or not. So definitely concentrate on this next third lap coming up, and hopefully Slum can kind of bring out that exact lap time that he wants to produce in this next run here.
Yeah, and we see our official pilot here, Mistien, as the Lynx comes up. That lip going onto the bridge where you transition from the natural terrain topography over to that flat bridge section. That is one of the transitions we've seen a lot of racers struggle with. We get down to this smooth ramp, and then they've got to take a left to offload.
Yeah, I mean, just like in racing, you want to have that wider, be in that wider lane to be able to, get that tight left turn, especially with the RSI Lynx. It doesn't really turn sharply. If you've done this track, especially when you're trying to stay on the left side. So it's always going to be that strategy where most teams are going to be going on that right side of the bridge every single time to be able to, what is called apex, just apex and come into that close distance of that left turn there. So I mean, so far Slum is looking pretty good. Looks like he's putting in some practice here. Just got to be very, very careful with these bumps going up, especially down the hill, as he gains some speed and momentum.
Yeah. So yeah, we've got a number of other races upcoming this year. I think, I've got one that I am very excited to see, specifically the Levski Helix going through Nix and the PU. What do you feel like is the race you're looking forward to most?
I think that one is probably my most too. We've never done a Gravlev 0G race before. I've seen the track being kind of put together. That one was put together by Zul, and that one really, it just brings out the excitement. It has a very high lap count, so it's going to be every time you have higher lap counts, either I'm not, laps are pretty quickly because you are in a Gravlev vehicle, but when you have higher lap counts in races, you tend to see either a few things. you're going to see the first, second place probably take off a while, but then you're going to start seeing a lot of different overtakes happening in the middle of the pack, or even if people practice enough, you might start seeing a lot of different, lead changes across that map if people do not practice. But it's one of those maps where you definitely need to take your time, and you definitely need to practice. If not, you can easily make mistakes, and that's going to cost you that race, unfortunately. But that's one I'm definitely looking forward to as well.
Yeah, and it looks like we got a 2-minute 27-second fastest lap from Team Tank 2. Um, yeah, and heading back in there. That is, I think, Slum KH in that lobby too. So we got 4 of our teams with times in. I've been seeing some chatter. 2 minutes 20 seconds is kind of the goal right now. We had 2:27, 2:28s. We'll have to see what the rest of the results coming in are. So, but overall, four racing teams that have gotten numbers in, and they've got to feel good about that. So.
Yeah, for sure. When I initially raced it, after I kind of got a feel for the terrain, I did about a 2:31, so that's pretty good. It means teams have been giving it, practice more than one time. So looking forward to seeing the other teams. We got quite a few other teams coming up, but we're just kind of restarting some of these lobbies, which we should get underway here. But while we do that, let's take a look at these other races that are coming up, because that way you guys can get a feel and a look at the races that we're going to be kind of seeing across the season when these top 16 teams are qualified for the System 7 2956. So let's start off with race number 1. Yeah, race number 1, we got the Leisure Loop.
Mm-hmm. Go for it.
Yeah, take it away, Red.
The Leisure Loop here on the Crusader platforms with the Greycat STV. This is going to be 8 laps in a 4x4 starting grid. Now, this is going to be one of 2 races on March 28th. That Greycat STV with his loop we saw last year. There was a number of people doing tractor beams to get these vehicles into position, and that actually threw some errors in the game engine that made these vehicles somewhat unresponsive. Now, we've learned from that. We will definitely watch for the laps here. 8 laps, which is a pretty high lap count, but it is a small platform they're going to be going through. There are a couple of sections here with bridges and some tight clearance. We thought that would have been more of an issue last year. There is some obstruction in some of these pathways. Again, as you mentioned, this was part of the Siege of Orison. Some of the barricades and stuff that will maybe obstruct a little bit. I think there's going to be very specific places you're going to be able to do overtakes here on the Leisure Loop. And I'm excited to see how that race is going to pan out. Heading into race 2, the Dust Hustle in Hurston, if you want to talk to that.
Yeah, once I mentioned this one is going to be in Hurston, is going to be in that distribution center. We've done this race a few times, just in different distribution centers. I believe it was in Microtech initially, but this one is super simple. By the way, the Mule, one of the funnest vehicles to kind of maneuver right now in Star Citizen, because of the fact that it uses the old. It hasn't got an update on that ground vehicle system. It still uses the old system, I believe, from I think it's even 3. I believe even 3.4 since they changed it. It just doesn't use weight, so it's pretty quick. It has very good acceleration. It only tops out about 32 meters per second, though. But this track overall should be a lot of fun, especially with 12 laps. You have to kind of go through the distribution center, go into the inside of it, going through the outside. I think for Mule, this should be a pretty fun and exciting race overall.
Yeah, and a very durable vehicle as well, at least through my experience. Using that, we've played Mule Tag, and I'm excited. I've done a couple of races here on Hurston, specifically with the Mule, that have turned out really well. Coming up for race 3, Levski Helix. Now, this is a little bit more of an interesting one to show, since it is a 0G race at the Nix landing zone. To the left side there, you see the column that goes through the center, that main mine shaft, that they'll be going down and back up through, and then down the long arm strut there. This is going to be 10 laps in the PU with a 2x8 starting grid. And yeah, they're going to be running with the Mirai Pulse LX. That's got a top speed of 218 meters per second. But there's going to be a couple of places where you've really got to watch out for that. So.
Yeah, this one's going to be very, very dangerous, but also a lot of fun. Like I said, if they don't know where they're going, it's going to be a lot of mistakes. But once we get all of our qualifiers, they're going to get more further details and specifics on how to kind of go about this race. But it's definitely going to be a fun one. I believe we have our next racer underway right now, which is going to be um, in lobby number one, which is Pushbringer, Team Pushbringer. Pushbringer from Team Just Push. And then I believe in lobby number two, we're going to start getting Team Dune Riders. iRise is going to be kicking it up. So let's head on over there.
All right. Just Brush and Dune Riders teams out on the track right now, going through the slalom. As we see the different skins on the Lynx. We've seen a couple of color varieties. Um, Obviously, not providing any functional difference, but looking better, looking good. Everybody's got their preference.
Yeah, and talking about liveries and skins, components are all illegal. So if they want to change components, I don't, a lot of that stuff doesn't really change much, unfortunately. I know they want to definitely bring different components that can affect handling and different parts of the vehicle in the future, but for right now, all components are, they can change out however they want to customize their vehicle. If it gives an advantage or not, it's not really much at all. But so far it looks like Just Brush doing very, very well here, kind of pulling up to that start line. There looks like it's going to be another about 2:30 ish as well. So good first lap here for Just Brush.
Yeah, 2 minutes 29 seconds. Looking okay. We've had some 2:28s, so yeah. Again, the transition going from the rough terrain into the smooth version as it goes over the bridge. Uh, Definitely throwing a few things. But the Arena Commander and Persistent Universe will see a big difference there as far as overall performance, but also between Stanton, Pyro, and Nyx, each kind of serving up a little different. I know with Nyx on the initial release, it was pretty limited as far as what we got to actually visit, and that led to a little bit more server congestion. So it's good to see a mix of those this year, especially as we get Nyx available and the Arena Commander races.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely know that they're not worried about too much in Arena Commander, but we do appreciate them adding, these types of maps, especially Crossroads of Crime every so often. Oh, big bump there, kind of going
Mm,
upwards in this initial halfway through the race here, and a flip over, which is going to lose quite some time using that vehicle weapon in order to hopefully flip over as soon as possible. But I'll be honest here, Red Monster. Once the vehicle flips over, that lap is pretty much dead on arrival. So they're gonna have to make it up, hopefully,
yeah.
and get a good lap three. Getting kicked off and started.
You see, they're trying to recover right now. Finally, getting that. From the time I pulled out my phone, I got the stopwatch app started. From that time, there was still 15 or 20 seconds that it took them to recover. So that's going to be crucial, a big factor in their performance. And you're essentially writing off one of three opportunities to put a top 16 time in when that type of thing happens. So
Yep, and then we have Dune Riders in their last lap as well, which I rise. We'll get I didn't get to see their top lap just yet, but we'll get that going here shortly. But so far, we have four racers that have already put in laps, and which is a team Tang, very close to each other there. So, as I mentioned, if teams have teams of four, the rule is that they're able to qualify with two different racers because they have a full team. So that gives them a better chance to hopefully qualify and get into that top 16 spot.
yeah, and yeah, we see 228, 228, 227. And we are watching Prush Springer right here from Team Just Prush, bouncing along. And it looks like he's going. There is a section right there that's a little smoother transition that was okay. Kind of launched sideways almost into the side rail.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to fall off that bridge because that was going to be a tough one. You'll have to go back around to go back up because you won't be able to continue because the bridge is under the bridge is not going to be part of the course. And you know there are a few rules that these racers have to kind of stick. Is that they have to stick closely to these poles that are kind of slalom next to each other. They have to stay as close as possible. If they take a big cut or go too much away, they can incur penalties, which are time penalties. So even if they get, you know, the fastest time and they don't stay close to those poles,
Ooh,
they can suffer anywhere between a 5 to 10 second penalty depending on how they're cutting the track.
yeah.
So
And we see again coming down that hill, just turning sideways enough. Yeah, this recovery time is going to be crucial. We saw this happen previously with Brush Rider. This is not going to be a good opportunity for him either. We'll hope his first time was a little bit less problematic, but we're currently sitting from the time I got my timer started. He's at 28 seconds. All right, Dune Riders with 2 minutes 30 seconds, coming in currently fourth place on those finishes. But now we're at 40 seconds. Well, Pressbringer is just working on getting himself righted. That's rough.
yeah, that's not gonna be able to recover, unfortunately. I mean, you know, like out of we saw one other racer probably flip over, but did pretty well to recover. But it looks like, you know, Pressbringer, we'll see how they end up doing here. But I think their best lap is going to be that first one if they didn't flip over at that time. But let's see if they, you know, make it enough to where they can get to
Yeah,
the top 16 time. But yeah, it's going to be a tough
it
one
looked
for
like
them,
this was their
fortunately.
third lap. I
Yep.
I think we see people out and walking around trying to right that vehicle, but it was a minute plus upside down before I decided to call it on the timer. And that's a disappointing way to get your second and third laps. Obviously, if you hadn't done well in one, to have it launch yourself sideways, that one is rough.
Yeah, well, we
Yeah,
have from Team Dune Riders, we have iRise best lap at 2 minutes and 30 seconds, 0.88. So right now, we have on you know we have unfortunately I think they're trying to get Crushbringer out, but we're gonna have a next lobby coming up here shortly. We have, I believe, in lobby number 2, we got Whitehawk from SPG Racing, and then in lobby 1, we're gonna get that going on the way here. Serify, hopefully I said that right, and for Dune Riders, who is their second racer, but Prushbringer with his first lap, Red Monster, was a 2:29.189, which not bad.
yeah, yeah. And again, laps 2 and 3 getting inverted on both of those. That is unfortunate, and certainly something. Hopefully, a 2:29 that will be competitive. We'd hate to see them eliminated based on that. We have Lobby 2, Whitehawk from SPG Racing is getting started for us. So again, SPG Racing, we've got Whitehawk, Zolage, Kebu, Katasu, and SPG Ever that are racing there. They're a team out of Hungary with one previous System 7 run. You gotta love the terrain here. These ground stations. I don't know
Yeah,
how many
System
of
7
how many
compared
out
to
here.
yeah, I was just
Go
going to
ahead.
mention real quick that System 7 compared to Demo Rally is a little bit more competitive, especially, you know, having points where you have an entire season of races and things like that. So it's definitely a huge difference, and definitely a difference in how competitive you know, these teams can really get across the season. So, you know, every second in this qualifier is going to count.
Let's see, SPG Racing 2, Whitehawk, that is coming through now. down the ramp after the bridge. And getting turnaround on that corner. Yeah, the terrain being your biggest enemy today, obviously Arena Commander. Yeah.
Yeah, here we go in this first
Just
stretch
bouncing
here
sideways,
of
left and right.
Yep, first stretch here, and there, it's always going to be that initial. Once you take a left on that bridge initially, Red Monster, you're going up a hill, then down a hill, and then you're going back up a hill to then go down a longer hill. So, but this road is definitely not forgiving whatsoever. And funny enough, like when I actually tried this race in the Drake Mule, it drove pretty well. It did really good. I feel like the Lynx, the way it handles, it's very bouncy, it's very drifty. So adding these bounces to it is, if you can't handle it, or you can't really maintain control on how these bumps work, you're gonna continue to flip over. I don't think it's chance. Sometimes it can be, but at the same time, I feel like if you can control your speed, probably keep something around that 30-ish, maybe you won't bounce as much and hopefully flip over. So it's all depends on the control of this RSI Lynx with these teams.
Got SPG Racing 2 right now going for their team. They've got 2 entrants, and of course, hoping to get at least one of them through. So, Just Crush with marked as a do not finish there for that 3rd lap, but yes, the fastest lap. We'll put up about 2:29, getting that in the 5th position. Coming up and over. Right, great views from the side of that bridge as we go across. And yeah, for each team, up to 4 team members, 2 can post qualifying times to get the team onto the System 7 official racing.
All right, here we go. Back up. Sorry, I'm not sure if I was muted or not, but I was trying to talk for a minute there. I'm not sure if there's some delay or lag happening on my end, but I do apologize. But here we go. We're getting SPG Racing. Their second racer is on the way, and then Dune Riders, their second racer is also underway, which is exciting. Here, Dune Riders right now is around that. I would say it feels like they're in that fourth place spot. Roughly. So they, which we'll get to the leaderboard at the end, but I mean, it's very good to have a full team. As I mentioned, the schedule across the rest of the races, across the rest of the season, and then just being able to have 2 people to qualify can give your team a better chance on moving on to the championship races, rounds. I don't know what we want to call it, but it's definitely a huge advantage to have a full team instead of just one person.
And we did see a handful of solo racers go through last year. Did put up some great numbers, obviously some crowd favorites that we hope to see some coming back through this year. So SPG Racing, Dune Riders, both having their qualifying members on their way. We got 6 teams put numbers in so far with at least 1 racer, with a handful more still to go.
Yeah, and I believe on the day we have around 27, almost 28 about 27, 28 racers today. So definitely a lot of racing here. I mean, honestly, I really miss the Cyclone RC with that boost because it brought a different dynamic, right? Not only now you have to strategize with the vehicle and how to take those bumps, but you also have to make sure you handle your boost properly. Man, I can't wait for ground vehicles to hopefully come back into a more I don't know, lively environment right now, because I think a lot of people miss that boost. So even in the Demo Rally, everybody misses that boost. So I'm hoping that vehicles like the RC and those racing variants can come back, and hopefully um we get those those little strategies that people can help to kind of cut a lot of time in between. So
So we got partway through the races earlier. If we want to, we can. We got up to Lewski Helix. That was race day 2. Race day 2 also is going to feature Dead Man's Hook, which is on the LS system in Arena Commander. That's another speedy vehicle, the Origin X1 Force, with a top speed of 206 meters a second. That's going to be a 3-heat race with a 1x4 starting grid. And yeah, Dead Man's Hook within the LS Arena Commander racing. So there is a small little hook there on the bottom right that races will have to go through. Sticking on the water only, there is a 5-second penalty for every 5 seconds they stand or they cross over land. So yeah, there are specific pathing marked that they'll need to follow throughout that race. Next up, beyond that, race day 3 will be Jackson's Gauntlet and Marshfire Ridge together, both in Pyro, but a mix with the Drake Mule, the Alpo and Ox. Again, that's on April 25th, and we'll show the graphic there later on.
yep, every 2 weeks we got every 2 weeks until the end of until race 7. I believe race 6 and race 7 are back-to-back weeks, if I'm not mistaken, but every 2 weeks we have races happening for the System 7. So make sure you guys are staying tuned across all of our social medias at ATMO Esports. You guys can stay up to date not only on System 7, but as we open up our events, signups for our other events, which is we have Gravity Rush coming up in May, which is a ship racing league, which is definitely an incredible fun racing league. So make sure you guys, if you're a ship racer out there, make sure you check that out. And then we have later on, I believe in September, is going to be Fight or Flight. So if you are into combat, dogfighting here in Star Citizen, that is going to be the one for you. High action, ton of fun to watch. So make sure you guys stay tuned to our socials and Discord for all of the announcements if you want to join those other events as well.
All right, and we saw White Hawk posting a top finishing time of 2 minutes 36.6 seconds. So SPG Racing coming in 5th place with that finish. And yeah, our second lobby, they will be remaking that. So we're watching Dune Riders 2, which I believe is Seraphi from Dune Riders 2.
Yeah, and while SPG Racing had that, a little bit of a higher time of that 236, is to have another racer to hopefully, make a little bit of a better time as they, continue, to compete here in the System 7 qualifiers. So, again, to kind of talk about the advantage of having a team of 4 is having that backup in case other teams, all the rest of the teams here today, kind of, do a little bit better than the 236. At least SPG Racing still has one more chance to improve on that time. So even if they do that in one lap, even by 3 seconds, that's still a significant amount of time, because we've seen over the years, Red Monster, where teams are very tight, close to each other. It's the differences are 1 second, a few milliseconds away from being third, second, or first. So it's definitely important to have that second person qualifying as an advantage to hopefully put improve your times as a team.
Yeah, absolutely. And with the With the heat-based races, those will get very close. With the long-term races, the multiple laps, again, overtaking, choosing your moments to do that, obviously going to be critical. Some areas are not going to give you as much leeway, those Orison platforms. And yeah, the differences are going to be razor thin with a lot of these races. But we will see, how this plays out. We've got teams there that have competed against each other before, and I'm sure there's some bad blood as well. Knowing which teams passed you up last year, or might have run you just a little bit off of your line to avoid them in the past. So
Yeah, and I'm not sure if you know, but heat races this year has changed just a little bit. So the way that heats are going to be changing this year is that teams are going to advance with by not only racing against people that are going to be in their own group, which will probably have the same skill set. They'll have to strategize, but also they're going to be competing via time. So pretty much the teams in heats that are fastest time are going to be, are going to be the ones that are going to be moving on into that into that finals race, into that runners up finals race, etc. So it's going to be interesting for heats
yeah.
this year. We wanted to do a little bit different to hopefully make it feel a little bit fair, but it's very tough to kind of make heats anyway fair because anything can really change. The kind of gaps in points across the season. So, but we'll see. I think this year heats is going to be super super interesting across
Mhm.
the board.
Yeah, and obviously we had some great moments from that last year. We just saw Seraphi put in our current fastest lap for the day at 2 minutes 19 seconds. We talked about
Ooh.
seeing about a 2 minute 20 second being a very competitive mark. So good to see Seraphi from Dune Riders securing that top spot for now. As these other lobbies, we're getting them remade. So we talked about Dead Man's Hook. If we can pull up the map for Jackson's Gauntlet. This is going to happen with the Drake Mule and Pyro, one of those heat races we were talking about. So this will be 4x4, 3 laps that within Pyro on Bloom. This is one of my favorite planets, the celestial bodies out there, just because the variety of terrain. Bloom's known for its yellow and very stark black, but you get a couple of these patches where it is pretty interesting. So this is around Jackson's outpost here. The Drake Mule with 32 meters per second, and if you want to, there is some tight areas within this track as they go through, starting and finishing near that little outpost and moving themselves along. That will be race number 1 for race day 3, Jackson Gauntlet. And then next up is going to be Marshfire Ridge, again in the Pyro system on Blue. This one is going to be a much faster paced. This is a 2x8 starting grid, 2 laps with a top speed of 224 meters per second on the Alpoa Nox, starting and finishing here. And you can see Bloom, that terrain, just really standing out there. So start and finish, checkpoint 1, you take a right, go out towards checkpoint 2, checkpoint 3, and you loop back around. And yeah, completing that twice in Bloom, in Pyro, the Marshfire Ridge looks like it's going to be a very interesting race.
Yeah, but I believe in our
Okay.
first lobby, I believe we have our next team kind of going underway. We have Team AAWA Drunken Turtle Racing. We have a Razor who's going to be going in. And as you mentioned, just to remind everybody watching, Seraphi finished with a 219, which is our fastest lap of the day. But we have our next racer coming up. But it's so far where looks like we have some, some of these teams are kind of getting a feel for it. And we're hopefully we're going to see a lot of faster times. I know we saw a 211 during the practice, but we haven't seen one yet. Maybe it's a little bit of a pressure Red Monster. I'm not sure, but excited to see some of the more further experienced racer kind of give this a go with the RSI Lynx.
Yeah. The B Graphics, our official cameraman here, working on getting that started. This is AAWA Eraser, Drunken Turtle. Looks like they're getting started. Right up that lip. Eraser and Drunken Turtle team, one of the best team names we've seen out there. And what would you do with a drunken turtle aside from go fast? So uh,
Yeah, just to call out this team, AAWA Drunken Turtle Racing. It's a team made of four. We got Ponza, Mikarado 92, Eraser 1905, and then Kratigos. Kratigos is I'm pretty sure he's raced before in previous System Sevens, and I believe this is going to be their second year participating in. No, this is their third year actually participating in the
yeah,
System Seven. So very very good luck to AAWA this year. This is a team. I believe they're from Austria, if I'm not mistaken. I don't see where they're currently from, but
yeah. Yeah, they're coming out of Austria. And again, very familiar names: Kratigos, Eraser, Ponza, and Mikrado. All a great community group there that has been a mainstay within these races.
yep, let's see how they do. A little bit of a bumpy start, but looking like a decent, solid run so far. Let's see how they take this turn. By the way, they have to kind of cut through that bush area. If not, they can't cut in between as soon as they pass that last pillar of the train. So, they have to kind of follow through with all of that as much as possible, but going through the tunnel, getting that speed as much as possible. But looking good so far. Once you get through there, you have about, I would say, 10 to 15 seconds to get to the bridge and kind of mark that first lap. Uh, Big jump here. Don't lose control after the jump. Getting into the pavement. Yeah. Pretty good solid run so far for AAWA Red Monster.
Yeah, looking good. A very smooth run up to this point. Of course, I don't want to have the commentators curse as we make that happen. Just had the one crush that did get inverted twice on his second and third laps. So Drunken Turtle, 2 minutes 41 seconds, a decent looking lap. We'll see what they can put for 2 and 3. We got the one lobby going on. Dean Kakis from Team Warprom that will be starting up on our second lobby. So Stealth 702, giving us feeds from the Drunken Turtle crew, and Team Warprom coming up shortly as well.
Ooh, a little bit of a few bumps there for our AAWA drunken team here for Eraser, but looking still pretty good. Just needs to gain that little bit of momentum, a little bit of extra speed, and at least shave a good, I would say, a good 10 to 12 seconds off of the clock in these next two laps, if they want to have a chance. They don't want to be that odd team out to not make that top 16. I think they've made it so far the last few years, but I think this brings a different environment, right? As much as I love seeing the PTV, the PTV Gray Cat, in the Orison, this does give a little bit of a more of a higher difficulty, in my opinion, for a lot of racers, because this is not, as we mentioned a few times, not very much of a flat ground, being able to control, but doing a great job controlling the bumps, a little bit of a jump, but very good control to
Mhm.
continue to keep that moving. So far doing pretty well.
Yeah, a little bit is worth obviously getting set off your line significantly. That's a huge time sink, but you can take a little bit, maybe not as a optimal of a route, but at least not as risky. So yeah, this they
Yeah,
come through the tunnel here.
yeah, I can see a bit of an improvement on the time. Getting through that tunnel a little bit quicker than he did in that initial first lap here. So let's see how Eraser ends up doing, and then Team Warbrom with their driver starting here shortly. But this is looking a lot better chance. You need to gain that momentum and speed. Going up the hill slows you down a little bit. But so far
Yeah.
so good for AWA. Very very good lap. They need to make it. They need to make it as soon as possible.
Yeah, getting that second lap in. We're currently at 2:27 and climbing. They'll get a third shot here. which we expect. And yeah, at 5.11 now, that's laps 1 and 2 combined. We're seeing Warp Rom that's also started, got the timer rolling. We'll have to see what the Drunken Turtle lap 3 looks like as they're coming through, and hopefully this is a clean one. Hopefully it's a clean one.
I mean, definitely some good overall improvements here for Eraser 19 Eraser 1905. So doing very, very good to keep, just keeping control of the vehicle that can easily lose control with all these bumps. But so far, I think, if they keep the consistency up, we can see a very much more improved last lap. But I think for this last lap towards that end, once you get past that tunnel, Red Monster SC, you just need to send it as much as possible.
Yeah, we're definitely like that back area. There is some terrain still involved, but that transition into the bridge, that's really the start finish line. So as long as you're able to get up to that point, you can just send it across. And yeah, for the third lap, I expect to see that pushing pretty hard. We see Dean Caucus, Dinosaurus, that's racing for Warp Realm. We haven't quite transitioned there yet. We are still watching Drunken Turtle with our. This was Kratagos, or was this Eraser? Eraser.
This is the Razor, yeah.
All right. 1 minute 36. Showing up here. Thank you for the the broadcast ticker with the update there for us. And yeah, really
excited to see what Dean. Yeah, this is when they entered the tunnel in lap number 2, they were about that 150 mark, so they're a little bit behind on this lap number 3. But as you see, Dean clocking in at 231 as well. It seems like that's kind of the average this time around. But right here is where Eraser needs to definitely gun it as much as possible. This is your last lap. Just push it through and get to the finish line as quickly as you can. Still pretty good timing though overall.
Yeah, between those slalom pulls down through this hillside and really sending it right across that. We'll see if they go for the launch at the end. All right. Looks like they got 229.8. 229.8. So pretty good recovery from the previous 2 laps where there was some work there. Dean Caucus here, who is working on lap number 2 for Dean for Team Warp Realm.
Yeah, I feel like teams just need to get that consistency in those first 2 laps, and then at that last lap, man, just send it through that finish line. Doesn't matter if your vehicle flips over, if it does a helicopter, just send it through as quickly as you can once you get through that tunnel. But it's a big momentum loss, as I keep mentioning, as you're going uphill. The weight of that RSI Lynx is going to kind of hold you back a little bit, so you kind of need to drag that momentum coming out the tunnel and hopefully getting through that top of the hill as quickly as you can. But you lose a little bit of that momentum. But once you get over that initial hump, I would just say send it through as much as possible. A little bit of lost control here from Dean.
Yeah. Got turned around there, which is unfortunate. You lose 10 or 15 seconds for each of those just to get back on the track and then recover your momentum, which is unfortunate, but you get 1 or 2 clean laps. Dean already getting a clean lap before. So.
Yeah, not too bad. A lot of averages of those 230s. You definitely want to kind of strive for under. And believe it or not, there's a lot of pressure when you kind of race first, Red Monster, because of the fact that a lot of people are going to see your time. They know what to expect. They know what to beat. So I think going first is going to put you a little bit pressure, because you don't know if the teams that are coming after you are going to be, beating your time or not. But, it's kind of also pressure on them a little bit, because, they kind of, maybe that target might be too fast, or maybe they might not hit it because they're nervous. So, but I think going first is always going to give you that nervous. It's kind of like being in front of the race, right? Where you have, the people in the back pushing you and you have to be perfect throughout the entire race. But sometimes it doesn't work that way. So let's see how Dean goes in his 3rd lap here. Very good first lap. Second lap was a little bit of a bumpy one, but let's see how more consistent Dean can get here.
there is some benefit to being a little bit later on. You're able to watch and see what areas of the track are more problematic that maybe you hadn't encountered during your practices. There's a lot of variables that play into this, but if you see people trying to take a specific corner that you were planning on doing, but you notice, 2 out of 3 racers that have tried that same line get sent sideways and lose 20 seconds, maybe it's worth going a little bit wider on that. And you can see getting turned full sideways as you're going down this hill. Not too bad of a recovery there, but you are going to lose momentum. And just understanding how to approach these lines, getting some of the knowledge as a later racer does have some benefits to it. So.
Yeah, I believe we did release this track. I believe it was about about a little bit over. No. Oh, that was just okay. That was just
Ooh.
I think that was just a camera. Oh wait, was it the? I think that was just a camera, not the racer. So I think we're still good. I think we're still good.
A little bit of an inversion there, and of course, glad to see the StarCitizen crew up in the chat. Team Rover there. Yeah. I love these Lynx vehicles making their way around the track.
Yeah, very good turn here by Dean here. And then we have AWA Eraser 1905 finished at a 229 as their kind of, I would say official time or unofficial time right now, because we normally would go back and kind of look through everything. But right now we have Team Zolich from Team SPG Racing, which is going to be their second racer here. But let's see how Dean does in this next one, but it's looking pretty good so far. I think we're looking at about a 235 here, though. Still has a little bit of ways to go, losing a little bit of momentum control going up that hill, but they just need to send in on this last lap.
Yeah, really full send it here as they get to the transition point. And yeah, looks like a 231 for Dean on the fastest lap. So good looking there. We'll see Zolige in SPG Racing. That'll be starting up in that lobby number 1 as they get going. So we've seen some good numbers. We've seen one sub 2-minute 20-second, a bunch around the 2-minute 30-second mark, and a few areas on the track that are giving people difficulties. Specifically coming over that hill, if you have any rotation at all, you're going to end up fully sideways, feeling that momentum. And then just throughout multiple areas on the track, people getting launched sideways, really having to manage their speed in order to not lose their momentum. So,
Yeah, I mean, Abandoned Speedway is doing a very good job of keeping some teams from, trying to get those top times. And sometimes you can get a lucky bump, get some air where it can benefit you and make you go a little bit faster. But those are always unknowns unless you really have practiced the track. Like I mentioned, I think we released the track, I believe, 3.5 weeks going into the System 7 season. So while it could have been enough time for teams to practice, still it's I think it's not enough time to fully perfect it. So but let's take a look at some vehicle speeds while we wait on our next lobby and our next racers to go up, because I want to talk about vehicle speeds going into the speeds that we have today here in Star Citizen. So as teams are qualifying, we got the RSI Lynx where you're going 36 meters per second, and that's at the top speed, Red Monster. They're not going, 36 meters per second that entire time. They have to build that speed up, and if they're going uphill or downhill, they can get to that speed faster. It just all depends. Again, it's all the weight of the vehicle, but every single vehicle is going to now, since they changed some of the vehicle physics, they haven't really fully fleshed it out yet, but that's why you don't see as much of Cyclone races as we have this season, because the Cyclone feels a little bit like the acceleration is not there. There's no boost. It feels a little bit way slower because you have the RSI Link that has that acceleration, and that's why we chose it for the Abandoned Speedway over our normal Cyclone RC runs. But a lot of different speed across different races, and as I mentioned, the Drake Mule. The reason why you see it twice here for race 2 and 5 is because it uses the old driving mechanics it hasn't been updated. So it's extremely fun to watch and race. It's probably one of the funnest vehicles to race right now, Red Monster.
Yeah, and race 2 and 5, those are going to be the heat-based races. That yeah, or 2 and 4, correction. The heat-based races with those. The Drake Mule. We talked about this in the pre-show. It is definitely one of the more interesting, like more entertaining vehicles to get out there. I know I pull a group together of 6 or 7 people, and we'll just go out to a flat spot near a landing zone and play mule tag, getting those forks out in front. There was some strategy last year as far as a forks out approach. We saw that on one of the other Orison platforms that the racers were intentionally knocking each other off of the platform, causing some eliminations there. That's risky. We only saw it a couple times. Most of them were pretty clean, but yeah, we see that. Then we also, I believe, what we're seeing on the hover vehicles is the hover versus 0G top speeds. We do have a 0G with the Mirai Pulse on the Levski Helix track, which we're going to expect to see 218 meters a second. But that is the top speed. That's what it's going to cap out at. We're not ripping around the track with that speed all the time, especially at some of these turns. You got to do flips, 180s to go from one long extension, running it right back down through the tunnel on the opposite side. So yeah, that's going to be the mix of speeds here. Definitely different styles of racing, and then you go into the 0G Gravlev. That's going to be its own unique beast. Yeah, it's good to mix in the mule for the old maneuvering model. So good work there. Looks like Dean's official finish time was 2 minutes 31 seconds. So kind of getting in the pack for those top times. We've seen a couple of times now where these RSI Lynxes have gotten inverted. So the turret there, we saw one that took 25, 30 seconds to recover, another one that was a minute plus. You just hope that you can get out of your 3 laps, only have an impact on 1, maybe 2. If you get that on a 3rd lap, you're going to be significantly behind everybody else. And this is lobby number 2, Kratigos from Drunken Turtle Racing. What's going on? Right.
Is that Kratigos? It says SPG is racing right now, so just let's get confirmation from our officials right
Yeah,
now.
this
Let's see how. Yeah,
could be
might be.
Zoliage from SPG Racing if they're active.
Yeah, this
We
is
do
going to
have
be
Drunken Turtles with
Soliage.
one more qualifier.
Yeah, we're currently looking at Soliage right now, and then for Lobby 2, we'll get AWA, we'll get Kratigos underway. One thing I did want to mention too for all the Gravlev races that we have this year in the System 7 Red Monster is that every race is going to be different, right? You have the Levski Helix that's going to be 0G, and you're not going to be able to book it because of all the turns. You have kind of in Winter Circle where you have Dead Man's Hook, where that one, even though there's going to be a lot of straights, you'll be able to book it, and kind of lower that Gravlev, um, you know, to go as fast as you can. But you also have so many turns in that race, so there's going to be times where you're going to have to slow down. If not, you're going to overshoot the vehicle because you have some very sharp turns. So it's going to be, I think it's a good distribution of different Gravlev races to kind of bring out different styles that are going to be interesting to watch across the season. So I'm very very happy with the different style of Gravlev races that we have today. So I'm definitely looking forward to see what teams are going to be racing what, because I think the Gravlev races are going to really make this season very very interesting overall.
Yeah. Great mix to look forward to. 4 racing days after this. 3 of them are going to be double races, and then of course our finale at Volcano Lake and Firo, which yeah, that one we had finishes up in about an hour and 26 minutes. Yeah, quite an endurance slog there. One thing to note about a few of our races last year, we had races on Adir where squad members were freezing and starving during the event, getting out there with all the practice and setup, of course, working through your oxygen levels. So it's important to make sure that character endurance is a factor as well. And then on Volcano Lake, again, teams making sure they bring their cruise lux, getting set up. So
Yeah, very, very good job here by Solige, getting a good first lap of 2:45, though. It's all about just kind of taking the track and getting comfortable as you go per lap. So let's see how much more SPG Racing. Remember, I think uh, um, their initial team member, which was Whitehawk, had about a 2:43 so that's to me, comparing to all the other racers is a little bit high. So I think this is going to be their chance to kind of hopefully improve on that. So let's see what Solis can do in these next two laps here in Abandoned Speedway. And then we have AAWA Drunking Turtle Racing once again with Kratagos, who's putting in that first initial lap now. So let's see how they end up doing here, giving AAWA another time. Their initial times are 2:29. So let's see if Kratagos can help that team improve. Because you never know. As we go into race number one, we're going to be using the race qualifying times, the final times after we review everything, is how they're going to be put on the grid leading into Leisure Loop.
yeah, as we see that launch there, a little sideways in the tunnel area. Decent speed so far for Solige for SPG Racing. We see Drunken Turtle Kratagos up at about the 2-minute mark. We'll see a lap turn in for them briefly. We see the SPG coming at 2:26. We've had the fastest time so far has been 2 minutes 19. And the pack is kind of solidifying around about 2 minutes 30. Watching as Kratagos gets the lap marker listed in.
Yes, I kind of see a little bit about
32.
what SPG Racing is trying to do here. They're trying to take it a little bit of an easier in that edge to try to hopefully get an easier transition going into the next lap. But that's kind of costing them a little bit too much time to be able to kind of get that setup that they want. So let's see what happens here. This is going to be that final chance for for SPG Racing and for Solige to be able to kind of improve that time that their initial teammate White Hawk had. So let's see if they're going to be able to do that or not.
Yeah. Watching the third lap for Solige, and I think we'll switch over to Kratagos for their third lap. Timing should be about equal. And yeah, a couple of laps have just gone a little sideways. That was a decent line coming down the hill. Fishtailing just a bit. Hopefully you've got enough practice. And again, these teams are watching later, trying to understand a little bit of the strategy, seeing who's where to full send versus where to pull it back, dial it back to 80%,
Yeah, they're kind of completely slowing down, trying to kind of how do you say, counteract against the bumpiness of the road. I feel like slowing down is a good strategy, but you can't slow down too much to where you're completely stopped. You need to keep the vehicle rolling as much as you can. I know they're trying to kind of lose some time because they rather not flip over, but still you need to be able to manage that RSI Lynx to where you can keep
Yeah.
keep up your speed in a good average while kind of controlling the bumps as you take them throughout that initial I would say first half of the abandoned speedway.
Yeah, and you really have to find your rhythm in some of those areas. The speed that you can still maintain control while responding to the terrain and not getting yourself sent too far one way or another. It's again dialing down to 80%. Is that the right move? What's that going to do to your overall time, and is it worth risking it?
Yeah, some good views here from our camera team. Shout out to everybody who's on the camera, but it needs to go ahead and push it. This could be a good, maybe under 230. Just rip it through all the way to the finish line here, and let's see what kind of times SPG Racing can put. I would just kind of try to. No, what happened? Oh no.
Right at that edge, there must be some transitional piece of terrain there. 2 minutes, 39 seconds. What a disappointment. Right at the end, just to have a little bump.
That is tough
All
because that
right,
was going to be their
now.
best lap as well. Their red monster. That was going to be their best lap, and unfortunately, that little mistake unfortunately cost them around 10 seconds of that third lap. That's tough. That's really, really tough.
All right. That's for Solage. Top finish at 2 minutes, 39 seconds. We're now watching Kratos from Drunken Turtle, and we will have the Sire Racing team, Neojet. I don't know if you know who that is. They seem rather new. Neojet and Sire Racing. They have been around a long time. If you've watched more than a couple of these events, you'll know them. So they're starting up in lobby number 1. We're currently watching Kratos in lobby 2, getting their race for the Drunken Turtles, and you see a little bit of that fishtail. I feel like you have some advocacy agents out there with the DUI kits.
Oh man, DUI kits. That was a good one. Oh, but yeah,
Get
Sire
the field
Racing.
sobriety tests out there.
Yeah, depending on what they race before they go on their next lap, we're gonna have to breathalyze them, right? So.
Yeah, checking for the Sterigin pens, obviously.
Somebody made a good point yesterday that we got so many incredible racing liveries, for Stella Fortuna this year in Star Citizen. By the way, incredible, kind of skins for the Saber, the Nox, the Pulse, but we didn't get an Emerald skin for the RSI Lynx. That was a unfortunate missed opportunity there because, man, a lot of people, love the RSI Lynx, especially if you have an RSI Phoenix as well that comes with it. So we definitely need to get that RSI Lynx Emerald skin in the future. But good lap here by Kratos at a 2:20.
2 minutes 20 for Kratos. Yeah, that was a fantastic finish there. Great line. And yeah, Kratos has got to feel good about that. 2 minutes 20 puts them solidly in second place. Yeah. And of course, Renless Racing, that 741, that just needs a correction.
I mean, good showing by AWA Drunken Turtle Racing. I mean, you have you had Eraser doing a 229, Kratos, who's been racing in Star Citizen as well for some time. I know he likes his gravel vehicles, but definitely great time. A 220 here, so good job so far from AA Drunken Turtle Racing. Good job, guys. Seriously, very good runs by both members.
Yeah, we've got Dune Riders 2 minutes 19 seconds. Kratos 2 minutes 20 seconds. Solidly in the top 2. Team Tang back to back 227.4 and 228.2. Behind that r/SC1 with Ghost and Coffee at 228. Just Pushbringer. That's marked as a DNF, but within that range, just ahead of Eraser at 229. 2 minutes 30, 231, 236, and 239 for Solage. Yeah, I gotta feel a little nervous about what's going on for Solage.
All I want is an arena commander map that is like ArcCorp, so we can race on the roads. That's all I want. That's all I wish for. So, Star Citizen, if you're watching today, not sure, I can't read chat, but please give us some type of ArcCorp map that we can use to race on the roads. That'll be incredible. I would absolutely love that. Or even dogfighting in the air. That'll be a lot of fun too. So that'll be some good views. So we can see people doing some dogfights in ArcCorp as well. So, I mean, whichever one. But we got Neojet. We got Sire Racing, a team that has been trying more, chasing chasing championships since they were born. But love this team all the way from Spain. They got Ethan Aubin, Salem Frost, Ricky Tiki, and NeoJet. So looking forward to seeing Ricky Tiki is going to be racing later, but I believe we have NeoJet kicking it off here for Team Sire Racing, which wish him the best of luck here.
Yeah, we've got we're gonna try and stagger them a little better. Be able to watch NeoJet here going through the first lap, and again, Sire Racing second team member Ricky Tiki will be up next up. But yeah, NeoJet coming up on that hill, and you see a little sideways, a little recovery, looking well.
Very good timing going into the tunnel though. Like if normally if you go into that tunnel around that 150 mark, you're gonna end up it's been an average about a 2 minutes and 30-second time, but he went in that tunnel about a 1:43. So far very, very good timing. Let's see how they end up in this last part of the abandoned speedway, but this time is looking pretty good as Neo just speeding his way up the hill and hopefully getting that first lap in for Sky Racing initially. But this is very, very good lap.
Yeah, so you said he entered about 1:43, and we'll see what the official time is for the lap. Oh, of course, hitting a couple of 2:24.
Yeah, NeoJet feels pretty good. Total control. Let's see how these next 2 lap goes. I always think that third lap is going to be that sleeper lap where you can just send it through regardless of what happens, because you don't have to worry about the transition going into lap 1 or going into lap 2 or 3, or coming out of those. So very, very good run here by NeoJet, doing a great job controlling those bumps, controlling the RSI Lynx, and just kind of using the terrain to their advantage as much as possible. And you're seeing a little bit of that drift, So, but so far so good here.
Yeah, and of course, already getting 1 lap in at 2:24. The guardrails are off. You're gonna just do the best you can. You've firmly solidified a position. That's third place right now. And if you can get a little bit more push, try and aim for a little bit better starting position. Of course, as we go sideways off the track here. But yeah, you're feeling really good about that lap time. You're going to send it as best you can the next couple of laps. And yeah, take the guardrails off. You're in a good position. You're in control of this race.
Yeah, you can tell that they've been racing this track because they're using that dirt part of that side of the road in order to avoid some of the bumps that are going to be in that patch of paved road. So they're doing a very good job. Even though it felt like they had a lot of drifts and turns, this lap is an improvement over the previous lap here for NeoJet by about a second and a half here, Red Monster. So doing a good job to keep that same line across all the laps, regardless of those little drifts and bumps that's currently happening.
Yeah, I didn't get the exact. Oh, and they go sideways, losing a couple of seconds there. Didn't see the exact split time as they entered the tunnel, but they hit at about 1:43 last time. It seemed like they were pretty close up until that sideways jolt, but getting lap 2 for them.
Red Monster, while we're here, man, I mean, have you been like, what are you looking forward to, to like, I would say vehicles improvement. I know we have ground physics need to be reworked, but I would love to hear your thoughts about how you feel that, ground vehicles can improve outside of just, the ground vehicles, the physics being changed. Any suggestions that you may have that I would love to hear that.
Oh man, way to put me on the spot. I think what we're
Sorry.
observing here is just understanding the vehicle torque. Oh wow, that
What is going on?
I would say fix that. Wow, what
Oh my!
it doesn't
What
count.
happened?
It missed the slaloms. That was wheel physics going crazy. Wow, that yeah. All right. Yeah, I
Oh
would
my
say
gosh.
number one, like One of my biggest complaints has been torque going uphill. I think a lot of us have seen the tanks, the Nova, and then the Storm. Um, that's just rough there. So we are seeing Rikitiki here as a Neojet. We told him to full send, and for his third lap, he decided to do exactly that. So here's Rikitiki from Sire Racing Team. Obviously, that 2-minute 24-second lap, Neojet's going to be fine with. If he had ended up going through the track appropriately on that random physics, I mean, what do you even call that, right? That's quite an interesting like catapult maneuver they took on. So
Yeah, I have no clue what happened there, but I was laughing for a good while of it. I apologize. Not I Neojet had a great lap, so he's probably laughing at it too. But he went from being on the bridge to being not on the bridge anymore, and being very far into the abyss of the crime roads of chaos here in this Arena Commander map. But that was a launch I've never seen before. So somebody call SpaceX because I think we have a new a new launch pad here.
yeah,
That
we
was
had
that
a
was
lap
wild.
mark there is 2 minutes 20 seconds. We'll see if that confirms. But yeah, really great for Neojet on Sire Racing Team. Again, launched there, which was rather hilarious. All right. So yeah, torque on the ground vehicles going uphill has always been a long-term complaint. I'm more of an industrial player, going through mining with Grey Cat Rock. There were always areas where it was difficult to get up and find if you find something on a hillside, and combining that
Gotcha.
with stalled out vehicle there. Combining that, the Nova tank not being able to go up basic inclines, that was really a disappointing factor when running those vehicles. But getting that set, if they can address that, make sure that especially your tracked vehicles, I think maybe a little bit of torque loss, but certainly not to the point where you are at a dead standstill just trying to go up a regular incline. So
Yep. I mean, yeah, by the way, just for everybody that's watching, as you look at the leaderboard, a lot of these times are currently while we're doing our best to record everything, times are unofficial until we review everything. So up until once you see the leaderboard later today as well, those times are all going to be unofficial until we can review everything and then let the teams know which teams are going to be competing in this year's System 7 2956 after the qualifiers. So but yeah, so far it looks like the first lap here for Rikitiki is a 2:46. So let's see how much Rikitiki can improve here for Skyer Racing Team as the second driver. But Neojet so far did a great job at nailing a pretty good lap at a 2:24. If that lap of 2:20 sticks, then that's an even better time for improve. But again, all these times are currently unofficial for Red Monster.
And obviously setting the new speed record for the RSI Lynx at Mock Jesus in his lap 3, which would not account officially. But.
Yeah. And you can see Rikitiki here taking a little bit of the strategy as well, going into that, using that outer terrain a little bit to avoid a lot of these, paved road bumps, as we should say, kind of having the two wheels be a little bit on the grass or on the, on that non-pavement, so that way they don't have to jump as much and kind of get a better ground and keep up their max speed as much as possible. So good strategy overall. It seems like Skyer team found their own line and doing a pretty good job of getting some good timings overall.
And again, we're at a 127 coming up towards the tunnel, 143 for that split for Rikitiki. And it looks like we're going to beat that just barely. We're at 137.
Yeah, that
So
137.
Better.
Yeah, I think Rikitiki in this lap number 2 did a great job going into that tunnel. So a little bit faster. Hopefully, no spin out here. As I mentioned, as soon as they jump off this off the tunnel is where a lot of people, when they go into that ground to pavement, kind of, ground road to pavement is when they start to kind of lose a little bit control. But so far, Ricky Tikki looks like they got it under control.
Yeah, definitely a clean line here. 2 minutes 18, 19. We'll see the timer is a little offset, but I get the official lap time as they record that. A great split time as they approach the tunnel, 1:37. So that's a 6-second advantage, and that could be sub 218, 220. And we
Yeah,
do
it looked like
have
it was a
Test
good-
Squadron.
Yeah, that
Go
looks
ahead.
like it was a good 220-ish. So definitely a time better improved if Neojet didn't get that 220. So a very great showing by Skyer Racing overall. So good racing, man. I like this strategy. They're using that dust part of the road to kind of maintain control. So overall, very, very good strategy by these racers.
Yeah, looking good. And we Test Squadron in our other lobby. MT Kamikaze for Test Squadron that are starting up on their lap. Partway through right now. We'll move over to them once Ricky Tikki finishes lap 3. And yeah, we see them using the terrain off to the side. Apparently that road paved area is a little bit of a trap.
Yep, and Test Squadron, just want to call them out here. I believe we have, I think it's Kamikaze, Kamikaze, MT Kamikaze. Sorry, I saw, I thought that was an I on the website, but MT Kamikaze, who is going to be our first racer. Then we have Moon Alice. They're a team of 4, who's going to be the second racer for Test Squadron. Then you got Travis John and Renee. So shout out to the team, Test Squadron. A lot of these teammates are from Canada, I believe. So shout out to them. They took 3rd place in the Daymar Rally, I believe, this year. I think it was in the buggy division, if I'm not mistaken. I could be, but I think Test Squadron definitely doing a great job at kind of putting some awesome teams together to bring across all of these ATMO esports events and putting some championship teams on the board. So awesome to see Test Squadron in the mix.
Yeah, we saw Ricky Tikki hitting the split there at right at the 1:50. We got a fastest lap here that we'll keep an eye on. So this is MT Kamikaze finishing up lap 1, currently at 2 minutes 20 seconds. Really nice positioning. 2:22. So already with a great first lap, and got to feel really good about that. Solidly in position number 3. Looks like we'll see how things shake out with some of the others. Some of these numbers have come in with the total race time rather than the fastest lap. So we'll again, race times are unofficial until they're verified. We got video review for that to ensure everything's up to date. So we'll be we'll get a update on Ricky Tikki's fastest lap overall, but was looking pretty good right around that 2 minutes 20 second mark. And had some good split times going into the tunnel.
Yeah, I mean, if you do a little bit of time math, their first initial lap was about a 2:45, and then you had about a 5:09 total. So it looked like it was about a 2 minutes and 19. It could be closer to about 2:20 almost, depending on the amount of milliseconds they had on that first lap. But I mean, I think Ricky Tikki did get an improved lap over Neojet. So Ricky Tikki, you can go brag and tell Neo that you were faster than him. So create a team rivalry. So no, those guys are great, man. I'm just trying to start something for no reason with them.
Listen, just stick with it. You know what? If I had to pick my favorite racer out of those two, it would definitely be Ricky Tikki.
Oh man,
we have another race from Test Squadron. Moon Ellis is starting up on our other lobby, so we got the 2 Test Squadron groups going. We're rocking MT Kamikaze right now, with Moon Ellis in the other lobby getting their first laps. The split time going into the tunnel there looked pretty good. So
Man, I'm really fingers crossed this year, Red Monster, because I really want to see. Obviously we're not going to get the Ranger anytime soon. They need to change the vehicle physics around there, but I would love to see maybe the Origin. What do you call it? The Origin the GR the G vehicles. I forgot what they're called.
They're the Rangers.
No, it's the Origin
the G12s.
Yeah, the G12s. I would love to see those in this year, because I think any like new vehicle that they put in the game, everybody gets excited. Last year we saw the MTC, which I think was great overall. Would love to see more racing variants come into play, like the Origin G12s, especially the G12R, which I think is the racing variant. So, hey, fingers crossed, man. I can only hope, right? So.
Yeah, for those paying attention there, Enigmatic, one of our camera operators, did end up eating the side of that pole, and we'll be coming back with some additional views here on Empty Kamikaze.
Yeah, just a little bit of an update. Ricky Ticky's best time looked like it was a 2:22.983, so a little bit off by about 2-3 seconds, but still a very, very good time for Ricky Ticky overall. And we still got to figure out what was the fastest lap for NeoJet, but I mean, Sky Air Racing overall within that under 225 range right now, Red Monster, which I think is great.
Yeah, looking real good at the turn here. We're at about a minute 25.
Now, this is a good entry into the tunnel at 135. That's pretty good.
Yeah, they're looking on a really great pace right now.
I keep saying don't mess up after the jump, and then guess what happens, man? Somebody spins out, somebody turns, somebody drifts, somebody hits the smallest thing in the on top of this hill. But I think Test Squadron doing a great job so far. Let's see if they can keep the consistency up going up this hill, and then hopefully gaining that momentum back and going across the finish line. This lap looks insane right now.
Really great coming down the hill at 2 minutes 12. Got to feel really good about positioning here, and again avoiding some of there. Yeah, 2 minutes 16 seconds. That is our top for the day so far. Some really great splits.
Wow. Kamikaze coming in with a dream time here for Test Squadron, and it's that's a pretty good time. You should be slapping yourself on the back very hard, because that is definitely going to get Test Squadron on the board here for that top 16 going into the System 7 2956 season, which is exciting.
Yeah. Heading off the side of the tunnel here, or the side of the ramp.
I love this overview camera. It's so cool. Yeah, and this is kind of what I like about some of the top racers, right? Red Monster, is that, a lot of them are going to try to find any advantage to gain that time. And like Sky Racing did, having half of their vehicle on the road, on the side, on the dust, on the dirt road. And then they're going to use that to their advantage, so they don't have to bump so much as often. But a little bit of a wipeout there for this Test Squadron racer here. But overall, man, looking pretty... the rest of the teams that are coming up looking pretty good and putting in some insane times overall.
Yeah. And we do have Premier Corps Colonial with their first team member getting started on the other lobby. Just watching here as Moon Ellis is going.
Premier Corp Colonial, your winners of the Daymar Rally, Amur Luce, LeBlue, and Walkielex. Hopefully I said that right, but you got LeBlue and Walkielex, or Walkie Alex. These guys are great. They go to all of the European bar citizens. Like I said, man, their camaraderie, the vibe they have in the organization, absolutely incredible. And by the way, if you guys are looking to race, if you don't have a team, you guys are more than welcome. We have a looking for racer group in the ATMO Esports Discord, which you can come on, discord.gg/ATMO Esports. Come find a team. Come find an org. Come find, like, this is what Star Citizen is all about, is playing together and competing together. But, obviously everybody wants to win. But if you don't have a team and you want to get involved in these races, hey, just post something. I'm pretty sure a lot of orgs will reach out to you and try to DM you and try to get you on board if you definitely want to learn some racing overall. But I think this community is pretty friendly. Everybody gives advice to each other. But yeah, here goes about a 240 here for our second racer for Test Squadron.
Seeing something stuck there. They just want to make sure they got a couple of extra seconds as they're, let those hydraulics do their work. Just showing off. They're feeling good about first position on the qualifier. 2 minutes 16 seconds, best time so far. Next up was 2 minutes 19 seconds.
Yeah, things are looking pretty more competitive now as we continue to go throughout the day. But just remember that a lot of these teams have 2 drivers. So just because they have 2 drivers have a high time, we're only going to take the highest time out of the 2 drivers, because as we for those of you guys that are coming in maybe later, as we've mentioned, if you have a full team of 4, you are able to qualify with 2 members. That's the advantage of having a full team here. Also, it's having a full team. You can strategize across the entire schedule of System 7, know who's racing, who's doing the gravel racing, who's doing the ground races, etc. If one of your racers can't make it, the other ones are able to. So it definitely makes it for a lot easier season for you and your team to strategize on who's racing across what race on what day.
Having some struggles here. The Lynx might have taken some damage. We've seen them go dead stop. It is kind of rocking left and right a little strangely. They may have lost some control of that vehicle. The split coming up into the tunnel at 1:55. Timing here is not going to be great. We did have an update from our other lobby that they got disconnected. So Premier Court Colonial Waikia Lex, that will be that'll be coming up here shortly. I think they got paused. They'll reset on the lobby and get us running, so we'll be able to see the entirety of that run coming out of the tunnel here.
Yeah, I mean, that does mean, this time is going to be a little bit tough, but overall I still think that they can come out and gain that consistency on this third lap, and hopefully they can improve on it. Getting anything between, I think, a sub 2 minute 30 seconds would be, I think, a good place to be right now.
Yeah, and correction there, I think it's a Walkie Alex.
There we go.
An I and an L. Yeah, that does look like they're hooking a little right on many of these jumps. So suspect that maybe some vehicle damage could be playing in. That's one of the factors you got to watch out for, especially if you take some damage early that could impact your race. Yeah, coming to a dead stop like that. There is something not right with this vehicle, and yeah, very unfortunate.
It's called the driver. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
We call those skill issues. It says screwed. All right.
Oh man, you play the Dark Souls games where you say get good. It's the same thing for Star Citizen. It's not the bugs, guys. You need to get good, but a big flip here. Oh man, that's gonna be a tough one. Yeah, that's gonna be. I mean, honestly, racing. I did anywhere between 10 laps to try to gain more consistency across going into the abandoned speedway, and I haven't ran into any of these issues where the vehicle gets damaged severely like that. So I'm unsure. It is acting a little bit weird, but still unsure on why the vehicle is kind of going like that. Yeah.
They're losing about 30 seconds on that inversion there. The vehicle itself, yeah, you run into these fringe cases where something just goes sideways. And yeah, even a little bit of terrain variation here is driving that. It's hopping around quite erratically. So we'll keep an eye out. This is definitely not a top setting, record setting lap, but test squadron already with a 2 minute 16 second, today's best. So feel pretty good about that. That is one of the challenges with these. There's a number of fringe cases that you can run into, an endless number of them, and sometimes something just happens, and your best bet is to just reset. They don't have the opportunity for that right now, which is unfortunate.
There we go. Yeah, this is going to be a tough one. You're looking about almost 3 minutes on this one. But still, overall, good hustle here by our second racer for Test Squadron, Moon Alice. But, I mean, Kamikaze did a great job at locking in a high spot for them. So, if times hold up here after they're all reviewed, it looks like Test Squadron is going to be possibly a part of this season. So very, very good job of this team so far.
Okay. Yeah, as we come into the final stretch, up above the 3 minute mark, but finishing strong.
Yeah, very, very good run so far.
40 seconds.
Very, very good runs for all. Good runs by all teams so far. I believe we still have a few racers to go. We're just resetting a couple lobbies, and we will come back to more racing. But Test Squadron doing a good job, trying to bring hopefully another top 3 home. Let's see what happens throughout the season if they do make it. Throughout those official times. Man, some good racing so far today, Red. We're seeing those 216s, 219s, a lot of 220s now. So. It's getting a lot closer.
Yeah, a couple of notable events as well. It sounds like Moon Alice, that was a keyboard issue. So some misfunctioning key, which is terrible since with everything else that could go wrong. But yeah, we have Sarah Fall with 2 minutes 19. We had our 2 minutes 16 from Test Squadron. Great performances so far. We saw Neojet get launched completely across the map in lap 3. Already put in good time, so feeling good about that. But yeah, we have a couple of moments here. Why not talk about some of our sponsors, starting with Monster Tech. So with Monster Tech, you can transform your gaming experience with innovative, high-quality simulation equipment designed to enhance performance and immerse you in every virtual adventure. I've been rocking the Monster Tech chair. I love the Monster Tech mouse that I've been using for my flight sim setup. And you know what? I'm not somebody who races often. I do a lot of mining. I do a lot of industrial stuff. But yeah, their flight hardware is a key part of my setup here at home.
Yeah, and don't forget that you can use that, that code ATMO Esports, or code ATMO, sorry, not ATMO Esports, code ATMO for 5% off. We don't get any kickback. We just want to help continue supporting Monster Tech as much as possible. They've helped kind of give us equipment for all of our in-person events. Enter Atmosphere back in Manchester, and we did Enter Atmosphere earlier this year in Australia, which was an absolute incredible experience for the community. So check out the link in the descriptions or on the Twitch panel, guys. Really, really appreciate the support. But jumping into our next one is going to be Pigeon Spaceport. Pigeon Spaceport, they make some incredible ship model kits, and just kind of bringing those ships to life with beauty crafted. They offer by the way, they're officially licensed by StarCitizen, bringing a lot of model kits designed for fans, collectors, and pilots who wants a piece of the verse on their desk. I believe they kick things off with the RSI Scorpius. So they have 3 variants of the RSI Scorpius, and you guys can definitely check it out on the links down below. No discount for these guys because all of that stuff is in pre-order, but we were able to give away some during Enter Atmosphere 2956, and then we will be giving some away across our social medias account as well in the near future. So make sure you guys are following at ATMO Esports across social media so you guys can get into those giveaways once they launch. And then we have Verpal Controls, who's delivering precision engineer flight simulation hardware that elevates your cockpit experience with unmatched realism and control. Now, Virtual Controls, if you guys already know, they create some of the best kind of flight stick equipment. They have some flight sim equipment as well. If you play Flight Simulator, Microsoft Flight Simulator, they have some of the best pedals as well. So they've been supporting not only our online events, but they also supported Into Atmosphere with a lot of gear. The flight schools, they fully kitted out our sim pit that Monster Tech sent out as well. So big shout outs to Virtual Controls.
All right, and we are currently lobby 2 is running. This is Liblu Fayez from Premier Court Colonial, second qualifier racer that is now on the track. Second one from Premier Court Colonial, and I see them in chat with the 1cc shout out. So yeah, I will say certainly a crowd favorite team as we get in there. A minute 7 so far. We'll see what their split times look like as they're looking through.
Ooh, big jump that unfortunately
a
is
little
going
bit
to
of a
cost them a little
flip
bit.
over.
Oh, yep.
Yeah, 1 minute 38 seconds into the tunnel, although a little slow on the approach. So looking at a decent time.
Yeah, that's
Covered
okay.
from
That
that
little
flip
bump,
pretty
they
quickly.
can, yeah, they can easily make that back up in the next, in the next 2 laps. They have a full team, so they also have, they can get a little bit of redemption with their second driver as well. But overall, I think what I've seen so far from our initial driver here with LeBlue, I think they have potential to get definitely some good, 220s, 225s. Race times across this one. Like right now, I mean, even messing up, they're still pretty up there under a 230, hopefully.
Yeah, and Walkie Alex coming up on the their lobby just got started again after reconnecting, so they're back on track. That will be 1 lap behind. So Le Bleu for Premier Court Colonial team coming off of the ramp for lap number 2.
Yeah, very good first lap at the 225. So even with their initial bump that they had where they flipped over, very good recovery, recovered in about 3 seconds. So if they can kind of control it a little bit more and not have that happen, we can definitely see an improved time. But look at that drift that's happening while you're catching those bumps, kind of making that vehicle lose a little bit of control here. That's going to be tough right now to kind of gain that
Right
time
over
back.
that saddle.
Yep.
Yeah, it's almost the worst place to start going sideways. You end up going one way, you overcorrect, and then you expect the ground to be there to keep you steady, but it just falls out from underneath you on the backside of that hill. Certainly a rough way to go for it.
Yeah, especially when they're going up the hill, right? Because they have to gain that momentum to kind of get up that hill. The second you start to kind of wipe out a little bit, while the RSI Lynx has, probably one of the best vehicles for acceleration, you still lose a lot of momentum as you go up because you're going to start off a little bit slower. So
Yeah. Several sideways momentum drops here. Coming about 1:33 into the split at the turn. Not quite as fast as we've seen. We've seen 1:35 into the tunnel for some of our better timings. And yeah, just fishtailing, really struggling to fight the overcorrection.
still a good lap, even though they're making all these slight control mistakes. But the thing is, like, those bumps are very, very dangerous, man. Those bumps are what can really toss you into different spots in the race. But overall, very, very good race by Premier Colonial so far. Very, very great job.
Yeah. And a decent line coming down the hill. We've seen this this transition happen pretty smoothly for some. 2 minutes 17 seconds on our current fastest lap for Walkie Alex. 2 minutes 17 so far. So they're running on the other lobby. We'll finish up this one. They are basically head to head. Walkie Alex may actually finish lap number 2 before we get lap 3 here. We'll go over there for the final lap as it happens. But Le Bleu, hopefully a little cleaner run this time. We saw multiple times with some sideways momentum shifts that just killed forward momentum. Coming up this much cleaner line right there. They were fully sideways at this point during lap 2. So a lot better transition, cleaner approach.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Overall, great job by Premier Colonial Corps. Both of their drivers are doing a very fantastic job. Very consistent overall across the board. I think this is a team that are. Oh no, that's a big pull. That's a big pull. That's a big pull.
Can't park there. All right.
Yes, that is a big pull, but what was I saying? I think they're doing a great job overall at staying very consistent. I think this is a team that really wants to, maybe do a triple threat, or what do they call it? A grand slam. They trying to win 3 tournaments in a year, right?
Clean sweep.
I know they're gonna have to find somebody to. There you go, the triple crown. They're gonna have to find somebody to compete in Gravity Rush or Fight or Flight and come out. But I mean, Fight or Flight's going to be a lot harder than what people think. So there's a lot of good PvPers out there.
A note here for Le Bleu, the approach into the tunnel was about a minute 40, just shy of a minute 40, I believe. Their split time looks really good for this run. If they can maintain on the last couple, we're at 2 minutes 9 seconds, so they got some margin. I think it's going to be good. And yeah,
going into it
for Le Bleu.
Yeah, that's a very good time here. So let's take a look now. I believe this is gonna be Premier Corps. Who's this driver again? I totally forgot.
This is Walkie Alex.
Walkie. Yep, there you go. Yeah, Walkie Alex. Going into it here. Man, I forgot names, and we just mentioned his name not even like 30 seconds ago. But Walkie Alex, 29. Was that a 219 for Le Bleu?
I thought it was 218.
Oh, okay.
They did have a pretty good run there. Oh, as Walkie Alex, 218.8.
And better be careful going out of too much out of the pillars, because that's going to get you some penalties. So you guys want to be careful on that. But overall, Walkie Alex doing a great job at maintaining control, dealing with these little bumps in the road.
Right. Yeah, that moves them second position behind Test Squadron's MT Kamikaze. Seraphil is in position 3. So yeah, Le Bleu with a really great recovery after the first couple of laps. We're a little slow. I went in with a 218. Bring that in. And a minute 35 at the split here.
Yeah, pretty good so far. That's kind of where you want to be, anywhere between that at least a 130-second mark going into that tunnel. So let's see how they come out, and if they can execute. This last lap is where I love, they got to send it as much as possible.
And yeah, that 1 minute 35 split ties Ricky Tiki for the second fastest tunnel split within the lap. So we'll see how they're able to hold on to it.
Yeah, they just got to send it. Doesn't matter if you flip, just go for it. Send as much as possible. Oh, perfect corner here. And boom, 2:15.
2:15. Wow.
Wow, very good job there. Premier Colonial Corps not getting two of the top times, currently unofficial times that we keep mentioning. Doing a great job. Very, you can tell they wanted this year, Red Monster. You can tell they want it very much so. So I'm looking forward to seeing that team specifically compete. And they haven't done a top 3 in System 7 yet. So I think this year that momentum they gained from Daemon Rally winning that, I think they're bringing it here to System 7, which is exciting.
Yeah, that was a great turnaround, a great finish on lap number 3 there. The other 2 laps, they're happening in the other lobby. We didn't get to see those, but Premier Court Colonial putting up 2 great times. They've got to be really happy with that. And we have a few more racers that are still yet to race. They're working through that for today. So
Yeah, well, let's jump into our last sponsor that we kind of skipped before we went into the next lobby. But let's talk about Corsair, who this year was, a huge help during Enter Atmosphere 2956, who provided us their new Galleon SD 100, which is that Stream Deck keyboard that you can put all the Star Citizen profiles and buttons on there. I know a lot of people use Stream Decks to kind of do a lot of hotkeys, but if you don't want a big Stream Deck on your table, I think this keyboard is perfect for you. So unlock total control with the Galleon 100 SD keyboard, a high performance keyboard with a built-in Stream Deck, either from landing gear to engine shutdowns to custom macros. You can do it all with this keyboard, and everything a Star Citizen pilot, miner, hauler, anything they need right at their fingertips. And by the way, if you guys don't know, if you use code ATMO at checkout, you get 10% off all of the gaming peripherals of Corsair. I believe there's other stuff that you can use the code ATMO for to get a discount on. I'm not sure if they're doing discount on RAM. Try it out. I think they mentioned it was like 3 or 5% discount. So make sure you guys, if you guys are purchasing from Corsair, you guys want to help support ATMO Esports, use that code ATMO, guys. So I appreciate it. But yeah, I tried the keyboard. It's actually really good. I have mine somewhere over here. But it's I got a icon pack from Icon City. It was a quick button, and I've been testing it out, and it's a lot of fun. My keyboard that I use at home, it doesn't have my numpad, especially what you need for cameras. So now I have to use 2 different ones. So but overall, it's definitely a very, very good keyboard. I think they're gonna be at if I'm not mistaken, they're gonna be at how did I forget the show? Level Up Expo in Las Vegas in April.
okay.
I believe they're gonna be there. There might be some Star Citizen stuff. I'm not sure. So but I believe they're gonna be there. So if you guys are around the Vegas area and you want to go to a convention, check out Level Up Expo. You guys might be able to check out some Star Citizen stuff along with the keyboard. So with that being said, Red Monster, I believe we have our upcoming event, which is going to be starting in May, called Gravity Rush, which is our ship racing tournament. This one is also very, very competitive. We get a lot of the top racers across the Star Citizen community to join this one. So go ahead and check out the trailer, and we'll be right back.
Right. So we are watching
back.
Initial D2 here. This is Sanji Sama, who was last year was a solo racer and pulling up on the team for Initial D. That's going to be Sanji Sama and the Polar Duck qualifying today. We have additional members, Downfall and El Shender. Sanji Sama, that was 1:35 into the tunnel as we got that first split. We'll see what the first lap looks like.
Yeah, we're trying to get Sanji Sama to retire so Sanji Sama can help us make tracks. But Sanji Sama is continuously chasing championships, so you got to let the guy do what he got to do. So shout out to Sanji. Love him, man. He's a great soul. Definitely a great racer overall. So times are looking good for Sanji Sama here today as well. Looking very, very good, as you mentioned, coming out the tunnel.
Yeah. And yeah, the timing on the overlay a little offset, 2 minutes 17 with a great lap.
And one thing I will mention too is that while the qualifier is definitely everybody's gonna have the fastest times, but I'm telling you, once we get into the rest of the races going into with the top 16, that's when the real challenge begins here, Red Monster, because you're gonna have in between 2 weeks to learn two different maps. You're gonna have to strategize who's racing what. If one's person racing all of them, it's gonna and these maps that we have this year is not gonna be as easy as what some people think they are, right? They're gonna have to really figure out ways to kind of carve out time throughout their day to strategize, and within 2 weeks learn the race. The reason why Volcano Lake has been around for a while, so a lot of these teams, especially some of the top ones, already have an advantage by kind of having that experience of that track. But all the other races outside of Leisure Loop are pretty brand new. So it's going to be exciting to see, how some of these races turn out this year.
Yeah, and for those teams that have multiple members, Sanji was one of our solo racers last year. Getting onto the team definitely helping out because you can then specialize one person for each of those weeks, practicing a single track, and seeing who can run it better. Just some within team competition. That's a minute 32 into the split for this tunnel, so he's looking really, really great for right now or for the current split. But yeah, going
And
with
that
these additional teams, letting each racer specialize is going to be a huge factor, and giving them each a shot to prove which one is going to be a better fit per track based on their racing styles.
Yeah, one team I need to give a shout out to Team Blackhawks. They're not here this year, which is totally okay. But we normally would see Ludox kind of running that team and racing every single race on his own. But I do need to give a shout out to them because they're absolutely incredible. But hopefully they in the future they can gather back up. But this lap was, I believe, faster than even the first one. But I don't think Sanji at this point cares about how this third lap goes, but Sanji doing a great job, possibly with the fastest lap of the day so far.
Yeah, that
Man,
looked pretty close.
Sanji's
Two
bringing it.
minutes 14, maybe even 2 minutes 13.
Yeah, that is scary right there. Sanji Sama setting the tone for the rest of the day for everybody.
And drifting his way, pulling his best Paul Walker impression there. Drifting his way sideways and on the lap number 3. So continuing, yeah, just maybe suffered a little bit of damage on that bridge. We saw on the overlay as it shifted briefly. So making control a little bit. Uh, all right. I'll be a little bit on the side, like we saw the Sire Racing team. And Sanji barely missing the pole. Getting a couple of those views, you get a little further out there and you get to just watch him drive away.
Yeah, I don't think
Doing
Sanji
really
even
well.
cares about
Second
this
lap.
last lap, to be honest. I think Sanji's like, I did
Yeah.
my 2 laps. Yeah, I think he sent it on that second lap to try to get to that, that 215 as much as possible. So very good runs here by Kuroda Racing Initial D. But it's funny because on that third lap, I feel like he was trying to drive like he's an Initial D, but it didn't work out for him too well.
Yeah. But yeah, really great finish time on lap number 2. We get that officially locked in. All gas, no brakes. Yeah, I spent the
Yeah,
start of lap 3 hugging the side of that bridge, drifted himself sideways, and yeah, just struggling a little bit more with control. But he really, you're just out there messing around now. Best lap at 2 minutes 14.173.
that puts Kuroda Racing Initial D on that top spot of the day with that 214, even being bumpy. Get that car out of the road. Okay, we're there we go. Yeah, very,
Yeah,
very good run by
that
Sanji Sama. So very, very good run.
yeah, gotta feel good about that. Position 1, Walkie Alex with Premier Court Colonial getting down position 2 now as we move on. So let's see. We have another lobby going on right now. We're kind of in pause as things get set up.
Yeah, I believe we're almost done with most teams. I believe we only have about 4 teams left to race. We still have Amarok's Fang, who I believe took first place last year in the System 7, if I'm not mistaken. We got, some very experienced racers here. We got Gravity Cap, Big Flex, Dark Hour, and Anril. So it's going to be both Dark Hour and Anril coming back here for Amarok's Fang. And then we have also Capcom, who we've talked about. We got Endermaster and Balsamique, who Endermaster is going to be racing today. And then we got Deathwatch Mandalorian is going to be KPA, who's going to be the driver. And then I believe we have Punch Nomi still, we're going to have Jacqueline and Herbie, who's going to be racing today, which this is another scary team to look out for. From Sanguis Luna, we got Shugo the Lucky One, Gerba the Gnome, Jacqueline and Herbie. This team is stacked of people that if you put them in any race, they can all do very, very well. So, yeah, it should be an interesting season.
All right. Great views of the Hathor area there with our radar dish aiming up at the platform. The bridge going across, one of the key features of today's racetrack. Good looking little corner of the verse.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I believe the Crossroads of Crime is in the Nexus system, which is where this is from. So, like I said, man, CIG, just give me some more of these NAC so we can continue making some interesting tracks across the board. Which, by the way, you can actually fly pretty far into around the Crossroads of Chaos. It doesn't have like an invisible wall that keeps you in a certain area. You can actually fly pretty far in this, especially in free flight mode, which is pretty cool. So
we are getting set up here for Deathwatch Mandalorian. Deathwatch Mandalorian here with their KPA 6 UK.
by the way, Red Monster, how's the stream's been going? Are you back and let people know where they can find you, man? I know you do some of your own small events as well. So if you want to talk about that a little bit, that'd be fantastic.
Yeah, so I had been taking a bit of a break from streaming for a little bit. I was relocated my family across country here in the U.S. For a job, so settled into the new house. My studio here for streaming has been up for about a week and a half. I've gotten 2 of my Sunday morning mining sessions done, which has been great. You guys can find me on twitch.tv/RedMonsterSC or on youtube.com/RedMonsterSC, and we're doing a weekly Sunday morning mining session starting at 8 a.m. Pacific time. And new time based on the new location. But upcoming, there is one event I want to call out. I haven't got the official dates for it yet, but every year I do a demolition derby called the Red Legion Rumble, where we take the Tumbril Cyclone RCs. We occupy a landing pad somewhere out in the verse, and we basically have a 6-way demolition derby tournament that runs for 3 or 4 hours with a pretty good prize pool in between there. But it's one of the most entertaining events I've seen put on. So great demolition derby. You're just crashing those vehicles on that landing pad as kind of your battle arena, and it's great. So
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure you've been pretty happy with Levski, yeah, since it's been released, right? With all the new mining goodies that has it's come with, hopefully.
Yeah, it's I would say I got started into Levski, got in and learned enough about the mining just before having to kind of package my gaming stuff away. So excited for the changes that brings. And then yeah, we've got 4.7 on the horizon. My crew and I will be putting it through its paces. A lot of changes to mining, going from multiple minerals per rock to introducing the quality-based minerals in this upcoming patch. So it is really going to change a lot as far as the overall
Yep.
mining goes. But yeah, we have that a lot of great changes to look forward to in the mining industrial universe. So
And crafting too. Don't forget about that one. I know a lot of people have been exciting as crafting evolves a little bit further, since it's initial, since it's initial tier zero, I would say. So I'm looking forward to that as well. But I need to get back in the game so I can start racing some of these. A lot of these courses, which is what I normally have been doing lately. So I haven't gotten to the Levski Helix yet, but that's going to be on my agenda for tomorrow, to be honest. So I need to definitely go check it out.
yeah, I'm definitely going to try get in there, look at some of these racing tracks, and also just oh, oh KPA, that turret platform there, getting in people's ways. But yeah, we the pace of change with Star Citizen is amazing. I've only been, I had a couple of months where I had my stuff packaged away and had really focused on the relocation, and I feel like I'm gonna get in and like relearn everything. A lot of new changes coming through, and a lot of updates that I think push the game forward. So excited to get in and involve myself in that.
All right, here we go. So I mean, still a little bit of a delay, but let's see how Def Watch Mandalorian, let's see how this team kind of makes it up in the next 2 and 3 laps. But like I mentioned, man, this is I like that these tracks, and you need to have a little bit of experience, especially with the RSI Lynx, because if not, this track is going to toss you around very much to different places, left and right. And I know some racers race with controller, especially in Star Citizen. I think Star Citizen has the diversity of controls that you can use is probably by far one of the best in any game that I've played personally. But I know a lot of people use controllers to race because of how the joysticks helps really give you better control for the vehicle within the game, which is actually pretty cool. So
Yeah. Yeah, saw a little bit of a difficulty navigating the left edge of that bridge approach. The terrain and kind of the interlocking ground textures there, whatever the physics is happening there, is causing people some problems. So
yeah, here we go into lap number 2, taking it a little bit easier, and hopefully a little bit smoother here, for Death Watch Mandalorian here. This team is doing hopefully a good job to improve the time on the second part. You can start seeing them kind of slow down a little bit and not kind of hit that top speed, so they don't have to like wobble or deal with the bumps as much. But you have to push it. You can't be scared to push it.
yeah, I'd say yeah, knowing when to really dial it up and when to hold just a little bit back for sake of control.
It's funny because even when I still race right now, Red Monster, I still hold on shift like I have boost. I don't know why. It's just a habit lately. Because I mean, when you're doing gravlev or when you're flying a ship, when I still use shift on that boost side, so I'm always like holding down shift when I'm on a ground vehicle. It's just such a it's such a rough habit, man. Because I'm like, wait, why am I holding down shift on the RSI Lynx? It has zero boost
Right.
whatsoever. It doesn't help me. So
Well, I think anybody who's been involved in gaming for more than like a year, there are a lot of games where shift is just your like run speed. And many games don't have any penalty, like no stamina
that is true.
drain. So, you just why they make run take an extra button rather than just making you walk faster. Who knows? But it's an ingrained habit. I run into the problem that exact same problem myself. So
Yeah, not too bad of a race though from Kappa Book. I don't know how to say it. I'm just gonna keep calling him them that man that watch Mandalorian. But so far pretty good, pretty smooth though. They do need to pick up the pace a little bit more if they do want to be able to hopefully qualify in this year's System 7, making it to that top 16. So let's see what they're able to do if they want to, put a little bit more gas on that pedal here going into lap number 3.
Yeah. And making a correction, hopefully, from the transition. I see them cutting this corner a little shy. We have seen that bring some folks to a dead stop. And, of course, the risk here, getting turned
Yeah.
sideways right on top of there. That's actually one of the quickest recoveries I've seen. It's unfortunate happening right at the start of that bridge, getting lap 3 and eating into your time already. Haven't had great
Yeah,
times so far in laps 1 and 2.
yeah, it's about a very, very high 2.5 minutes. But I was gonna mention that I'm not sure if you noticed, teams are using probably the middle of the track before they get to the bridge, because it gives them a little bit of air and they're able to kind of jump at the level of that cutoff. And if you cut it off, if you cut up the course too much in the corner, then you're going to end up flipping out like he did. So I've seen the difference on how teams are taking that bridge side of this course here in Abandoned Speedway. So far, a lot of different strategies, but just some are definitely being a lot better than others.
Yeah. Now, have ATMO officially embraced racing with the Argo Atlas platform?
No, not no. No, not yet, unfortunately, not yet. So
The
there's
variety of
there
vehicles
I
there. Those jump packs with the mech suits are quite entertaining, but
so we did it for the Atmos Social, which I think was a lot of fun. It's just I feel like the Atlas Geos, or just the Atlas in general, I feel like it could use maybe a little bit of a better sprint, because the way that they're being raced with is utilizing the jetpack as much as possible, and people just kind of fly really high and then wait for the cooldown to come back down, and then they just fly really high again. So it's just a matter of like controlling, how high you can stay up in the air with the jetpack, pretty much. So
yeah. We've had quite a fun time launching those out of the side of a caterpillar during mining events, and really just we had the occasional rock'em sock'em robot battle. I see Big Flex in chat with just the all caps no.
Yeah, I don't
certainly
think
an
we'll ever
interesting
do the
platform.
Atlas. Yeah, I don't think we'll ever do the Alice Geo for System 7. It's not a viable option, and it's not considered a ground vehicle or a gravlev. So yeah. Oh no, that same corner is just becoming a death sentence here for team that watch Mandalorian. But overall, great job. Clap it up. 249. Not too bad. Not too bad. So just needed to be a little bit quicker for sure.
All right. Lobby 2, the racer is getting reset there. Looks like just about ready.
Yeah, I believe we don't have too much racers left for the day. I believe we have we just got done with Death Watch. We're still waiting for Amrock's Fang and Capcom, and then just Punch Nomis as well. Some teams, by the way, if they came in the top 3 in the previous season, which I believe is Delta Dietis, they will be automatically moving on. That is a privilege that once you keep the team the same, once you keep the team members and the team name the same, you're able to automatically qualify going into the next into the season of System 7 2956. So we'll see Delta Dietis moving into there, and we got Initial D Polar Duck I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see if Polar Duck can land a better lap time than Sanji on this track.
Right. Great views up on the top. Initial D. So we're watching the Polar Duck right now. We will have Dark Hour 717 from Amrock's Fang on the other lobby. Hopefully coming up soon. Oh. Got a little turnaround there.
Yeah, I love these cameras. They look great. Yeah, again, they're using that dust pile so they can avoid, the bumps on that paved road. But a little bit of a wipeout initially here for Polar Duck, but overall, that's the strategy, man. Just get on that dirt road a little bit and dodge those humps as much as you can in that paved road. But looking good, pretty solid. Going through the second half of the abandoned speedway here in the System 7 qualifiers.
Yeah, and looking at his split. Coming into this corner, about 1:30. And a minute... tunnel at about 1:36, so looking okay. A little slower. We saw initially turned around. Good strong splits on lap number 1. That's for the Polar Duck. Went out of the tunnel. You can see the shadow separate there a little bit as we get this orbital cam.
Ooh, very good cut there through the checkpoint there. That was very close and awesome. You definitely don't want to bump into that ship, but overall, it's looking like a pretty solid run from Polar Duck, man. And Kuroda Racing Initial D doing a great job there to kind of get things going. But initial lap 220 and Amarok's Fang is underway with starting to race themselves.
Yeah, looking great. The Dark Hour there on our second lobby. We'll be able to see most of the third lap from them. So getting set up. Good, strong 2:20 lap from the Polar Duck here. And a lot cleaner run so far. As I say that, I'll get turned sideways at the top of the saddle here.
Hey, that's not as bad as flipping over, so.
Yeah.
I'll take a drift anytime over, flipping over. But I really like seeing how teams are just strategizing and dealing with those bumps and just trying to maximize the speed of the Lynx using that dirt road on the sides and still keep staying within the boundaries of the course track and rules, which is great.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, looking like a decent split here for the Polar Duck. Team Initial D, about 1:20 on the turn.
Ooh, that's a great drift. That's an incredible drift, going 130 into the tunnel. That was a great drift. You see, Sanji, that's how you drift. Make sure you get lessons from Polar Duck.
Yeah, that 1:30 split so far, I think, is one of our best for the day.
I don't want to keep talking and ruin the momentum either. So, yep. Yeah.
Second lap. Hopefully this holds out. Really great line so far. Amarok's Fang, watching the time there, seeing how Dark Hour does on his lap in the other lobby. I'm up at the 2:20.
Oh, send it. Wow, that is one of the fastest. That looked like a 2:13 almost.
2:26 for Amarok's Fang. Yeah, that did look like it could have been a 2:13 sub here over for the Polar Duck. 2:26 for Dark Hour's first lap, as that was happening there.
Man, Polar Duck is doing a great job sending it, and man, I don't know. I feel like this season's gonna be super tight, man. If these teams can continue to push out the times this close to each other, it's gonna be a very interesting season so far.
Yeah, and while it is a little drifty, we saw some momentum killed there. Still looking like a pretty clean run. We'll see what the split looks like into the tunnel. But yeah, looking very good. Just yeah, one lap separation here. We'll get to see Dark Hour on hopefully the entirety of his upcoming lap.
Oh
Ooh,
no, that's a good
those
lost control
momentum
there by Polar
killers.
Duck. Yep.
Yeah.
It's okay though. That second lap was really well done. So I wouldn't be too upset if I put a second lap like that,
Yeah, you've got margin to really push it here. Right through the rush. That was a great corner. Good line. Not quite as clean of a split here. 1 minute 35, so already about 5 seconds behind. But he's got to feel really good about lap number 2.
Yeah, we'll see that fastest lap once they cross this last lap here for Kuroda Racing Initial D here for Polar Duck, man. If you guys are rooting for Kuroda Racing Initial D, I think this team's done a great job. I mean, Premier Corp Colonial, also a great team that had 2 great racers and very neck on neck to each other. So far, man, we've seen some great teams putting on some great times. So hopefully we can keep this momentum going throughout the rest of the System 7 2956 as we go from race 1 through 7. It's going to be incredible to watch. So let's see here what the time is.
2:13.6.
Wow.
Great finish there. And just a reminder on the upcoming races. Race day 1, March 28th. It's going to have the Leisure Loop and the Dust Hustle going Stanton System in the Persistent Universe. Here we're watching Dark Hour 717 on their final lap. So we'll keep an eye on that. Look at the split times as they happen. So race day 1, March 28th. Race day 2, April 18th. And race day 3, April 25th. With the final race, Volcano Lake, on May 2nd. Race day 1, we're going to have the Leisure Loop and the Dust Hustle, both in Stanton. Oh, he has gotten inverted there. But quick recovery. That looked pretty good. Race day 2, we're going to have the Levski Helix in the Persistent Universe and Deadman's Hook in Arena Commander. Race day 3, we'll have Marshfire Ridge and Jackson's Gauntlet, both in Pyro. And then, again, the final
Were you going to say
May
Jackman?
2nd. You know what? I'm not sure where it happened. Words are hard. And, yeah, I scrape by when I can.
All right. Yeah, it looks like the Polar
Dark
Duck
Hour.
213.6, as you mentioned already. And we got Anril from Amarok's Fang Racing, who's going to be racing side by side with Dark Hour here shortly.
Yeah. They are heading up. Yeah, the split time here, not nearly as good as some of the others. Dark Hour did, I think, 2 minutes 26 seconds on the first. We'll see what Anril's able to put in for Team Amarok's Fang. Initial D with those times has just been insane.
Yeah, very good job from both of them
2
there.
minutes
So
13.
I got to have their lights on.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Good looking line towards the end here.
Oh, they got to
And
book it
yeah,
as much as
we see his
possible.
team
It looks.
cutting that left corner. That is 223 for Dark Hour.
Very, very good. Very, very good for Dark Hour here. Yeah, I mean, it's good. And remember, not only are the teams fighting for the fastest times, this is how they're going to be on the grid. So even though they have 2 people from their team, we're going to take this fastest time, and then when we go into race 1, that's how they're going to be positioned on the grid. 1 through 4, 5 through 8, etc., is how they're going to be put on. So the times are going to matter as we go into more races.
Yeah. Lobby 1, they're getting set up again, and we've got a couple of familiar names that are coming up. Jacoden from Team Punch Nomies. We haven't seen them put qualifiers in yet. Towards the end here, they were definitely a favorite as far as some of these ground racing crews. Some of them to beat. But we were watching Anril from Amrock's Fang. Just watched his team member Dark Hour put in 2 minutes 26 seconds qualifier time. We'll see if with Anril is able to do a little better.
I think I think their best. I think it was 226. Yeah. But looking forward to seeing what Anril can do here. Another great racer.
Yeah, waiting for the splits.
Punch Nomies, I can see them doing very well also, but I would say right now it's looking very hard to compete against Initial D currently unless we're seeing a 211. So let's see how, if it's anyone that's going to beat currently Kuroda Racing Initial D and beat their times, it could definitely be Punch Nomies right now. But again, not only are you qualifying here in the System 7 to compete in the rest of the season, but also for that grid position, and that's going to give you a little slight advantage. Because when you think about it, Red Monster, when you're in Leisure Loop and you're taking and you're even a little bit of have a little bit of advantage of being ahead, that could be where they get through that bridge initially first, and that could be massive.
Yeah. Ooh, just got knocked sideways on that. That was a good split going into the tunnel for Anril, but yeah, just got turned sideways at the top of the hill. Yeah, as mentioned, position on the Orison platforms is going to be a lot more crucial because there's going to be a lot of narrow spaces. Like overtaking is going to happen in controlled areas. You don't want to be too aggressive because you could end up falling off that platform, ending up in I call it the drink, but it's really kilometers of cloud below you before you'd hit anything. So you probably die of starvation before you hit the surface. Yeah, the overtaking is going to happen in very prescribed areas, and that positioning on that starting grid is going to be a big factor for it. It's 8 laps and a 4x4 grid, and yeah, 34 meters a second top speed for the STV. Not going to be super quick, but at the same time, trying to overtake other vehicles in a limited space like that is going to be difficult.
Yeah, and the tough part is that because STV in some of these vehicles don't have boosts, all one person has to do, even though I wish it had a little bit more strategy to it. But if you're in the STV, you're in the front, and you're keeping the lead, and you can be consistent across the entire Leisure Loop, nobody's going to catch you, right? Because everybody has the same vehicle. Yeah. There's no boost strategy around it. So, but again, sometimes being up front, you make those simple mistakes, you wipe out, it could ruin your race overall. But, once you're consistent, if you're in the front, you can pretty much stay there. So
this is looking like a better split, about 1:32 going into the tunnel. So we'll keep an eye on Anril, how they're able to pull this together. Hopefully the second portion here outside of the tunnel and across towards the bridge ends up running clear. And yeah, one of the other factors, I think we saw one great example of the StarCitizen physics engine reaching an edge case earlier today. When you get this many vehicles in close proximity, like we're going to expect here on the Leisure Loop, you're talking about 16 vehicles and a 4x4 grid on one of these small platforms. There's bound to be some type of server desync vehicles that clip into each other, and the physics system reacts, I'll say unpredictably. I think that's the
jinx
more generous term. Yeah. It reacts unpredictably, and we've seen that become a problem for teams in previous years. So obviously the complexities that go into a massively multiplayer online game like this with a unique physics system certainly going to be one of the factors to watch for as things get a little as you pack the racers in. That's one of the difficulties. And Team Punch Nomies, Jacoden has started, so we'll finish up lap 3 here with Anril. I didn't get the official time there. It did look like a pretty good lap 2. So we'll see what lap 3 ends up completing. And Jacoden is now running on lobby 1, 40 seconds into there.
Yeah, let's see how Anral right now in the last lap. Let's see how they ended up doing. Putting up a good pace here, almost getting to the second half of the abandoned speedway. Again, using that dirt road to kind of control the RSI Lynx a little bit better and move up those bumps. I mean, man, I ain't gonna lie, man. Polar Duck with that drift in that last lap was the best I've seen so far. So I've seen a lot of drifting, but that one's pretty good. But 130, about a 130. 132 going into the tunnel so far. So let's see if Animal can put out their best lap here, being with the last one.
Yeah. We'll keep our fingers crossed, finishing strong. Anral from Amrock's Fang. Again, Dark Hour before, putting about a 2-minute 26. So they're in mid position. We saw a lot of teams up near the 230 at the start of the event today. Some sub 220, which is definitely a solid time, what you'd hope for. Yeah, we're in good position so far.
There you go. Send it into that corner as much as you can, and boom. Looks like we don't.
Official timing
we'll
looked like
get
about
an update.
213, 214.
Yeah, we'll get an update from officials on that one as soon as we can to see what was their fastest time.
End of lap 1 for Jacoden from Team Punch Nummies that we're watching right now as they come in. 220-ish. 221. Respectable first lap time. We'll see how they can pull through for the splits on lap 2 and 3.
Yeah, Jacqueline is another one that does very good job at doing their homework, especially for these tracks. Like I said, Punch Nomi's very, very scary team, but there is a tree right there, Jacqueline, and that's going to, you can still make that up, no problem, but this next lap might be a tough one. That tree took at least a couple seconds away from him.
That tree just told him to leave him alone. Yep. Bad jokes.
As soon as
Bad
I say something about the team.
Yeah. If you're sitting at home, take your drink, mark that off of my quota. We're good. Okay. Team Punch Nomi's here. We are checking on the official time there for Anreal. That did look like a 2-minute 13. Pretty close to it, but again, all times are unofficial. We'll go back and verify start to finish to confirm one way or the other. Good looking line out on this
very,
part of the
very
track.
good run.
We'll see. And on the far side, so wide out, narrow in. Good corner. Already at 135 for this split. So yeah, the momentum killer on that. Minute 40.
Hey, shout outs to B Graphic on that camera view, and shout outs to whoever crashed, camera team. Good job. But here we go. Still a little bit of I think their initial run for Jacqueline's going to be good, so they're going to have to definitely concentrate in going into this lap number 3. But 221 is pretty good.
Yeah, doing good. Got to feel good about the laps 1 and 2, even though had some difficulties. Still putting respectable times, putting midway through the pack as far as overall timing. And yeah, this left side there, risky. Oh, okay. Gosh, really got to just watch those corners. I think the safer route a lot of teams have been going is taking that entrance to the bridge a little wider, making sure that you have an approach that is directly in line with the bridge rather than trying to cut that corner tight, because those are some sharp angles as you get to the corner of the bridge. And yeah, it can definitely launch you sideways. Anreal's official time was 2 minutes 14.7.
Oh, wow.
So that is just behind Polar Ducks 213.6.
Yep, right ahead of Sanji Sama. So, all right, Enroll putting in some good numbers on the board. And once again, thanks to SCR.GG for powering up our leaderboard today, even though it's doing all kinds of weird things, but we still appreciate it regardless. Thank you.
Yeah. So up to this point, our top 5 looks like the Polar Duck from Initial D at 2 minutes 13.6, Sanji Sama with Initial D at 214.17, Anril with Amrock Fang at 214.7, Walkie Alex from Premier Corps Colonial at 2 minutes 15.3, and MT Kamikaze from Test Squadron at 2 minutes 16. Just 2.4 seconds separating 1 through 5. Looking really great. And Initial D on the top 2 spots. We'll see if that's going to hold. Decent split time, a little on the long side for Jacoden here with the tunnel on lap number 3.
Ooh, big jump here. This could be a pretty good last lap if they can hold off in that momentum and get their RSI Lynx and not tip forward here. But yeah, it's going to look roughly around the same. They need to book it as soon as possible, all the way to that corner through. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit over that 221. So yeah, so they're fast lap for jacket in here for Punchinomis. Yep.
Yeah, good performance though. Overall, here is our official top race times right now, ranging from 213 up to about 230 on those. So looking pretty good for overall performance. We've got Lobby 2, the man, the myth, the legend, Herbie from Team Punchinomis, one of the favorites. And they are resetting the lobby to get that set. So best of luck to Herbie. And yeah,
I still believe we have. I still believe we have a couple more racers left. Herbie, and then we have Capcom, who is going to be, I believe, Endermaster, who's going to be racing with us today from Catalonia.
All right, Endermaster from Team Catcom. You gotta love these platform events. I don't know how many have run the Hathor laser platforms in the Persistent universe, but it is quite an experience once you get everything assembled. You're able to actually fire that laser, push the big red button. You know.
I haven't done it yet. Guilty as charged, but I've been running the game with a crew. I helped a couple of orgs, do their Wicklow missions and been doing that a little bit. So it's been a lot of fun, man. So a lot of fun content. Like I did some FPS missions and I blinked my eye and it was already 4 hours in playing the game for a while. So it was definitely a lot of fun.
It's very exciting to see some of these the more interesting events coming in. I think there's some mixed feelings about Wicklow and the integration into kind of the economy rewards for some events. I think CIG does a good job of bringing out something new and putting it through its paces. But these major events that are out in the live persistent universe, definitely a competitive environment to get these done, and the risk reward is there.
Hey, just be happy we have something, we didn't have anything back then. Oh man. But no, I really like that they talked about FPS recently as well. Glad to hear more about FPS. Like we've done Hearst and Hurt Locker for some time, and we would love to do something with FPS and bring that back in the future, obviously when we have the capabilities to do so and it's more fleshed out. So I'm looking forward to seeing, those FPS changes across the board. So I'm very, very interested in those.
Right. We got Endermaster.
That being said, here's
Team Catcom.
Yep.
Oh, and we'll confirm. We've got, I think, 2 lobbies that are going. Got the wheels on the lip there, ready to get that starting line going. Enigmatic getting us the foliage in the foreground. These
Yeah, putting
advanced
that
camera
gun away.
controls are, yeah. Those who haven't played around with it, the advanced camera controls in Star Citizen are one of the reasons why I think a lot of people really enjoy the cinematic aspects. Being able to fly your ship, customize where that camera angle's at, be able to get some really nice screenshots. You mentioned earlier Haskaha with some great examples there. Right, this looks like we are following Endermaster.
Or not. All right, I think they're going to restart the timer here for Endermaster. So just a few more seconds and he'll get underway.
Little false start there. 5-yard penalty.
5-yard penalty.
Guess I should know my
I like how the
audience. That's a
hydraulics are
sports
like
reference.
Oh man, why does the RSI Lynx look like it has hubcaps?
You know, yeah. There's some refraction going on. I feel like that might be jets, little stabilizers, and Endermaster's on his way.
All
Good
right,
corners.
here we go. And Endermaster and Team Capcom been doing System 7 for quite some time, so definitely another pair of definitely another experienced team. So let's see how it all works out for them using that part of the dirt road to kind of control their vehicle as well. So yeah, I've seen that strategy, across these top teams as well. If
Yeah, really good
if you
line over the
notice, they don't
saddle.
bounce as much. Yep.
Yeah, great line over the saddle. They've seen some pretty quick. I mean, on the down slope, they were taking some air and probably angled their nose a little bit. That killed a little momentum, but I mean, honestly, and avoids wrapping that tree around their vehicle, wrapping that pylon. So looking pretty good. A little squirrely, but yeah.
Good timing. Good timing so far.
Yeah, a minute 31 on the split into the tunnel. Yeah, looking good on this split. So we'll see. And the camera operator's getting us the great views there, right in the middle of the action. We've had two crashes, 2 explosions from our camera operators today. I'd hope for that to be a little higher, but no, they're doing good work.
Oh,
Crossing
this
the
is a
finish
very
line.
tight race here.
2 minutes 15.
Oof. Very good initial run by Endermaster. I think Endermaster did a great job at kind of controlling a lot of the bumps and using the side of the roads, better than most here. So looking forward to seeing this next lap here. And then I believe we have we have one more racer to go after Endermaster as well. But so far, yeah, look, they're just sticking close to the edges where they can control the bumps a lot better. But be careful because they're going to end up hitting into those pillars, and that's going to cost him some seconds across the board. And he's going to lose momentum here because that jump normally helps him get over that initial bumpy part. Because where that water is where people normally start to flip over if you land on there. So good control here by Endermaster overall.
And that I would say the first eighth of the track as you get onto the slalom area, he's run that line really cleanly compared to what I've seen other
Yep.
teams. But the second pylon before the saddle, he did come in a little further to the left, and yeah, you see him fishtailing here as the terrain just fights him. So I mean, 2 minutes 15 seconds, pretty good for lap one. Obviously, feeling good about that position, but you want to do better, especially when you're repping a name as legendary as Team Punch Nomies. And yeah, just clipping that fence. These indestructible fences out there. I'd like to understand who constructed those and if I can buy a couple. Minute 38 on the split into the tunnel, so not the fastest time we've seen.
At least the fence survives over the elevators, so it's all good.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean that little bump did cost him. He Ender Master had a very, very good momentum there. He would have got to the tunnel around probably 129, hitting 130. Would have been about a 1 second faster, but yeah, that little bump unfortunately did mess up the timing overall. But look at that, still a one, 220 ish, 221. So still very, very quick. So let's see if Ender Master can push it going into this lap number 3 here in the System 7 29:56 qualifiers.
Yeah, and we'll see if he can correct on this slalom here. Has a really great line he takes for the first several, but just ends up a little further left. Yeah, most teams cut the right side there, and that ends up causing problems. And then there's a bump right in the middle that he's been stuck on a couple times. Oh, and he takes it right almost into the trees here, avoiding the bottom side of that hill. And yeah, that's where it doesn't pay off. Now, on his 2 minute 15, he lost some momentum at the bottom of this hill. So I'd say he's probably a little behind based on the current performance. So
Yeah, I mean those wipeouts are not to me as bad as kind of bumping into something and losing, because your vehicle is going to go from, you're supposed to be going what? I think the speed it was 37 or 36 on the RSI Lynx. You completely lose that entire speed. And even though the RSI Lynx has a
mhm.
good acceleration, you still lose that top speed that you're going at when you're going into that turn, and then that's where you lose those 3, 4, 5 seconds.
But
But yeah, I
much
mean,
better
still,
corner there.
yeah.
1 minute 34 into the split for the tunnel. So, a decent time one way or another. Not top tier, record breaking, but yeah, at least having the lines there that are performing well. And yeah, there's a combination of skill, knowing the track, and just the randomness that is going to be the chaos of the physics engine.
Man, we should be using that tunnel for quarter mile races. Some fast furious bag racing.
Yeah.
There we
All
go.
right. 215.1.
Still a very good job at Capcom. So shout out to Endermaster doing very, very well. Very awesome. There's still some errors in the leaderboard, so we still got to squeeze in like Anrol's time, which was 214. I believe it should be around in that third place position in, but again, all these times are unofficial. We're gonna review everything and then kind of put the overall leaderboard towards the end, and then let teams know post which teams are going to be qualifying for this year's System 7 2056 season. So it's going to be great. So, but Master doing a great job, very, very great job. And then I believe we have our last racer or today, or maybe second to last. I think we have one more or a couple more, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, we'll see what the official call out is. We do have one racer on the line ready to go. We'll see who that is momentarily. Just looking through 2 minutes 15.17 for Endermaster. Really good performance overall. We saw a couple of lines that weren't as clean as possible, but that's the margins you're dealing with. Just a little bit of a sideways shuffle here and there will make a big difference. So, yeah, this is Herbie.
Oh yeah, that's what it is. Yep.
Herbie from Team Punch Nummies. Hoping to get his setup.
Let's see if the myth, the legend, can put out and get a legendary time. If not, their team will. You will have to suffer the consequences of Team Punch Nomies here. So
10th positioning so far based on top placement. That I does see Initial D, 2 of their teams, Premier Corps Colonial, 2 teams as well, up in the top. Team Tang, both qualifiers, positions 12 and 13, so feeling pretty good. It's hard to tell from this angle. That looked like an okay ride over the saddle. This next couple of slaloms doing well. We'll see what happens as we get up to the tunnel split.
again, using that dirt part of the road. Yep, you using it to keep still and not be as bumpy. Overall, the strategy that everybody's using, and man, this Herbie is burning that top speed right now, staying in full control of the RSI Lynx right now, going into the tunnel here shortly.
And a good corner as well. All right. So about a minute 31 into the split. Not the fastest that we've seen, but we'll see if he's got any tricks on the back half. Minute 31 is still in great positioning. We saw a minute 30-ish, minute 35 for most of the top 5s. And again, for the first lap, definitely worth being happy over. Gives a little bit of breathing room for the rest of the attempts. And yeah, up that slope, there's a little bit of a momentum kill. We'll watch the angle as they come down into the bridge. Choosing to almost clip that. Yeah, that's a line we've seen people go. 2 minutes 15.8 so far.
Yeah, that was a good, very good run so far. Wait, was that better than Capcom? No, it wasn't. 215.1 is what Ender Master has. So let's see if Herbie can push it and gain a few seconds off that time. Will need to be perfect across this ground level, not wobbling too much on this RSI Lynx, being in full control, using that dirt road as the best strategy. It seems like everybody's using it right now, using half of it to control and not be so bumpy to lose control in that pavement. So this is going to be that moment to shine as our last racer of the day. So far looking good. It is looking very smooth. Love this camera angle. Shout outs to the camera team and all of the ATMO Esports officials, race officials. Shout outs to the whole team putting on the System 7 qualifiers today here in the Crossroads of Crime in here in Abandoned Speedway in Arena Commander. So very good
on this
going
split.
into the tunnel. 127. Wow.
Minute 27. Oh yeah, best split I think we've seen so far.
Now I'm not gonna say anything else, but this is looking like a good 213, 212, 211. So let's see if Herbie can pull this off without losing any control as they jump out of the tunnel right now. Everybody's quiet. The whole audience is quiet. Let's see if this becomes a world record. Here we go. What happened? Who hit
right there?
That looked like it was a 210, 211.
All right, we'll have to see what the official number looks like. Yeah, our camera feeds are not timed exactly with the overlays. We need to keep an eye on that, but It will go through and be verified afterwards for official times. But yeah, best looking split, everything else there. That was 2:10.8 according to our official race timer. 2 minutes, 10 seconds, 0.8 with a good margin compared. And yeah, I spinning sideways, Herbie sending it.
That's a victory
Reverse
fishtail.
on the track.
That's why.
Flashing his lights.
That's what it was. 2:10.8. That is pretty quick. The man is one with the vehicle right now. I'll tell you that. This guy is I don't know. This is the first the Cyclone RC and now the RSI Lynx. That is scary.
Unbelievable. Doing well there. Doing well. And yeah, after the saddle there. Let's see.
I'm sorry, Herbie standard. I will only accept a 2 minute 8 seconds, please. If not, this time is not it's not gonna count.
A minute 32 in there. He's got 2:14, maybe 2:15 on this one. A minute 31 as he had the split on the tunnel, even after getting turned sideways.
Yep.
Yeah. But sending it pretty well. Everything else on this lap, lines have been pretty clean. Seeing the approach on the bridge, just razor thin margin.
Yeah, still about a 2:15, 2:14. So, wow, great job there by Herbie. Incredible lap time. The top time of the day by what? A good like 3 seconds, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, almost a full 3 seconds in front of initial D.
And those times, again, these are unofficial times, ladies and gentlemen. So we are going to be doing our best to review these times and ensure that that all the times are accurate. So that way, when we pick our top 16 teams to move on, we will announce these across our social accounts and announce them also on our Discord. So we shouldn't be too long there, but man, an incredible showing here. The System 7 qualifiers here this year, 2956. Very, very excited. Abandoned Speedway did deliver. It delivered very, very well. What were your thoughts here, Red Monster?
You know what? I think we saw a lot of great rhythm from drivers as they were approaching the terrain, the vehicle control, and making sure that they kept the balance there going. We saw fishtailing happen pretty regularly. Some teams using, the half dirt, half other. It was very competitive, I'll say that, and I'm excited to see what the next 7 races is going to do, because today is just the qualifier to determine starting position as they go into Leisure Loop. And yeah, I think we saw some good numbers. We saw some consistent performance, and yeah, a forgiving format, best of lap out of 3 that puts your team in there. So. We saw some great ones. We saw a couple of teams that are scraping by on one good lap with some unfortunate things happen. I will say NeoJet setting the record for fastest speed on the course today on that accidental physics send. But yeah, it was a pretty good time, and yeah, some great driving skill exercise today.
All right. Well, we're getting a little bit of an update on our leaderboard. So before we go over to the leaderboard and check out all the times currently that's being updated, let's take a look at our schedule for this year's System 7 2956 and kind of go through that a little bit more. So that way, as you guys know when to be able to come back to tune in. So today, qualifiers, the top 16 teams will move on into our races and our System 7 2956 scheduled season. So excited for this one. Red Monster, if you want to take it away and break it down for everybody watching at home today.
All right, for race day 1, starting up on March 28th, we are going to start at the Leisure Loop track on the Crusader platforms of Stanton with the Greycat STV. That will be a 4x4 starting grid, 8 laps. The same day, right after that, we're going to head to the Dust Hustle. Hurston in the Persistent Universe with the Drake Mule. This will be 12 laps and a 4x4 starting grid as well. A little bit slower vehicle, a little shorter track, and less of a risk falling off of those platforms. You want to talk to us about race day 2?
Yeah, race day 2. We got race number 3, which is going to be 2 weeks after race 1 and 2, which is going to be April 18th at 1800 UTC. Make sure you guys are there. We're taking the races to Nix for the first time ever in System 7 with the Levski Helix here for race number 3. And then for race number 4, it's going to be our second Arena Commander race of the System 7 2956 schedule, which is going to be Dead Man's Hook, going into heats and Gravlev races across the bodies of water in this region, which I'm excited for as well. Dead Man's Hook, it looks so fun, especially for Gravlev vehicles. So I'm definitely looking forward to that one. A double header on April 18th at 1800 UTC. So make sure you guys, whether it's on YouTube or on Twitch, we'll have those schedules up. We'll have those races where you can get reminders, and make sure you come check them out as they start and root on your favorite team going into the rest of the year here for System 7. So take it away for our next few races here, Red Monster.
All right. Races 5 and 6 happening back to back on race day 3, which is actually going to be April 25th at 1800 UTC. So this is going to start with Marshfire Ridge on Bloom and Pyro with the Alpo and Nox. 224 meters per second top speed, 2 laps in the 2x8 starting grid. That one's going to be interesting. Now, Jackson's Gauntlet comes up after that with the Drake Mule. We're slowing things down, going 32 meters per second, 4x4 starting grid for that one. And 3 laps, which should be very interesting for that race day number 3. You want to bring us home for Volcano Lake? What the finale looks like?
Volcano Lake bringing back the finals one more time in Pyro. It's in Pyro is going to be very, very another incredible race, of course. We're going to see vehicle swaps, that relay race style race that you guys all don't want to miss, going across that Polaris Bridge, where we've seen too many times all the different strategies that racers had to bring last year in order to complete that race. So it's a very exciting season for System 7 2956 this year. So make sure you guys, again, are following all of our socials or keeping up on Discord if you guys would like to keep up to date, not only on these races, but also on how your favorite teams are doing across the System 7 2956 season. So very, very excited for that. And with that being said, if you guys are enjoying the System 7 or any other events across ATMO Esports, you guys can check out our apparel as well. If you guys want to represent any event that is your favorite, make sure you guys check out the jersey collection at atmo.sc/merch or !merch in chat. So, but yeah, we're still waiting for some of our results here, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, that merch, I gotta say, this System 7 jersey is very comfortable. I'm enjoying mine. It's you get the customized with your name on the back as I turn halfway away from the mic. But yeah, great gear to wear. And
yeah, I'm still waiting for mine in the mail. So I ordered it a little bit late, so I'm wearing the OG one from previous years overall. But yeah, I should have it soon. But I mean, the new ones are incredibly comfortable, and they look fantastic. So make sure you guys definitely grab it, because I think we will be changing some designs here in the future as we move on to like the new style for going into 2957. So, but yeah. I think we're still waiting for our leaderboards to update. So with that being said, we're gonna go ahead, and again, we have a few events coming up. We got Gravity Rush, which is our ship racing league here at ATMO Esports, and then we also have Fight or Flight. But with that being said, since Gravity Rush is the one that's coming up very, very soon, check out the trailer one more time. Signups are going to be opening here in the next couple of weeks, so stay tuned for that. Again, the Discord is the best place for you guys to be able to stay up to date on every single event that we do across the year. So make sure you guys jump in !Discord or check out the description below somewhere. So with that being said,
yeah,
check out Gravity Rush. All right. So, with that being said, we're going to slowly close out and then we're going to play some replays. And then once we're done with the replays, we're going to show you guys the entire leaderboard and then of our teams today. Again, those times are going to be unofficial. So, until we post them on Discord, we will do our best to verify everything. But Red Monster, you want to, anything you want to say before we are complete for the day? Anything you want to close out with, my friend?
Well, I got to say, I'm excited to get back into the System 7. This series of races is it demonstrates a lot of variety of skill, and also the tiers of skill involved are just enviable, right? So I had some great events today. Not only was the skill on display, but some craziness from the game. As we saw NeoJet get launched, some of the other fun stuff that happened. So I'm excited about that. I want to say thank you for having me in the announcers booth today. And for those looking to catch maybe some of the industrial side of Star Citizen, check me out over at twitch.tv/RedMonsterSC, youtube.com/RedMonsterSC, and look for me on Sunday mornings where myself and my org, the Red Legion, do our big group mining operation. So,
Yes, make sure you guys please go check him out. Go show him some support as well. Red Monster, thank you so much for joining us. I really, really appreciate it. Love having you back, and I'm glad everything is going well so
Yeah.
far with the new move going cross country. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure to cover the System 7 2956 qualifiers. We're going to be announcing here very, very soon which top 16 teams are going to be competing for the System 7 champion. So with that being said, guys, y'all have a great rest of your night. Please stick around to see the leaderboard that's going to be popping up soon. And we'll see you guys for race 1 and 2 in a couple of weeks. Peace.
yeah.
Slow you down a little bit. And then as you go down, you're going to get a little bit faster as well because of the weight of the vehicle. And, you know, right there is where you start to lose a little bit of control. Yeah, very good call. Once again, if you guys, oh, what a flip here.